All right, guys, we have an action-packed stream today. So before we kick things off, as always, if this is your first time to the stream, then welcome. You are in an amazing, amazing place. On this stream, we are building live, right before your eyes, two amazing companies. One of the companies is called SAS Mining, started it back in January of 2018. And I'm sure you've heard of Coinbase, but just like how Coinbase made it easy for you to buy Bitcoin, SAS mining makes it easy for you to mine Bitcoin. So if you want to start mining Bitcoin and you don't have a PhD in power or the connections to the big mining manufacturers, fear not. You can begin mining Bitcoin with SAS mining. We have operations on 3 different continents right now: the US, Paraguay, and Norway. And it's the most transparent company in the entire industry. One of the most transparent companies in the world, I would say. So that's one. The second company we're building live is a newer company, slightly different industry, not in Bitcoin. It's in AI, artificial intelligence. And that company is called MyWorker AI. And MyWorker is an amazing tool if you're building a business or you're a founder and you're trying to get in touch with your customers. You're trying to get your customers on calls, trying to help your customers with your product or service. You can hop onto myworker.ai and our sales software. You're going to get the behind the scenes on how we're actually building the company, but the software makes it easy for you to run campaigns, particularly right now, email outbound campaigns that will learn everything about, first, it'll learn everything about your customer and your company, then build target lists, then do the outreach, and then get them on calls. Actually, that leads very beautifully into what we're going to be working on today. So today we are, we've got an action-packed schedule. We've got an interview with a potential CTO coming up here very shortly. We got some other customer calls, but what I'm very excited about is we are going to do a live experiment where we are going to use our own tool and within a couple weeks try and book 20 calls with amazing enterprise customers. So we're going to put our tool to the test and see, can it really deliver at a high level with the biggest and best companies in our ICP? So that is a very fun experiment that we are kicking off today. I can't wait. That's coming in later in the stream. And then finally, we always kick off with the news. So we're about to dive into the news. But if you are a returning viewer, someone who tunes into the stream regularly, likes to co-work, maybe you like to turn on the stream while you're sleeping and just have it in the background, I want to welcome you back. Thank you so much. You guys tuning in and supporting what we're building here makes it so we can test all these new ideas and make the content even better. I promise you, the improvement curve is unbelievable and it will get better and better over time. So with that, let's dive into the news. The news is always such a fun part of the stream because we have ChatGPT doing all this research ahead of time, but it's fresh when I'm reading it. So, and then giving my take. You're getting my honest, straight, right off the cuff reaction. Sometimes I'll say stuff where I'll like misread it, but I feel like that makes it more entertaining. A lot of news today, you go to these places, it's so planned, or they at least kind of know what they're going into. This, you're just hearing it straight, and you are also getting the take of AI. We have ChatGPT planned and laid out in a way where it's going to know all of it does its own research. So it's giving its take, and then we're giving our take. It's great. So into the news here. Stargate adds 5 new US AI megacities. Not megacities, megasites. I just talked about messing up the news. Stargate adds 5 new US megasites. Okay, so Stargate just got bigger. 5 new mega sites coming online. Compute is the new grid. So what happened here? OpenAI, Oracle, SoftBank announced 5 additional US data center locations tied to the $500 billion Stargate buildout, aiming for about 10 gigawatts. This is crazy, guys. 10 gigawatts of AI capacity by the end of 2025. This is a company announcement. Locations named in trade coverage include Texas, New Mexico, Ohio, and one Midwest site. I know I reference this a lot, but coming from the Bitcoin mining background where you're dealing with standing up data centers, it's amazing to see how AI, capital pouring into AI, is actually bringing these sites online. 10 gigawatts is a ton of capacity. Now, I'm going to make a prediction and then we'll continue with the news. But my prediction here is that there are going to be delays in some of these sites coming online. There's something that you saw very often in Bitcoin mining. You'll have the press release, you'll have the timelines, you'll have everyone set on getting it done by a certain date, but things happen. Sometimes things take longer than you would really hope and can account or plan for. They take longer to fully come online. So with that said, why does this matter? The siting and power procurement become a moat, right? And proximity to these hubs will influence many things, including hiring, okay? These things don't run themselves. So what is the AI's take on this? Expect queue wars on interconnects and local power constraints through 2026. Early tenants get better network routes and pricing. Got to get there early, got to get first dibs on things. And yeah, I mean, absolutely, they're going to be, there are power constraints at low power costs. The thing that I think differs a little bit from these AI data centers to Bitcoin mining is I believe that these AI companies, I mean, don't believe, you see it, that these AI companies have larger budgets and they're able to move faster. Time is much more of a much timing is very important in both, but they have bigger budgets to be able to act now, where a lot of these power operators were dealing with miners that might not have as deep of pockets and access to capital, and that of course delays things as well. Okay, next piece of news, we're going to cover this and then we're jumping straight over to the CTO interview. I actually am just going to get that pulled up so we don't miss anything. Okay. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Action packed, action packed. Things are happening here. All right. Next piece of news. OpenAI widens Stargate scope. May use debt to finance chips. Oh, we've seen this game before. We've seen this game before in the mining industry. This is very, very exciting stuff. Okay. Compute at all costs. OpenAI is even exploring debt for GPUs. It's a dangerous game in the mining industry, but of course, it's going to let you expand faster. So what happened? Uh, an analysis says OpenAI is expanding Stargate to cover chips and data center build, exploring chip leasing and debt financing alongside cloud deals. Context up to $100 billion. Nvidia tie-up reported this week. So we covered that news the other day. We're already in the loop. Now we're more in the loop. $100 billion Nvidia deal. I mean, OpenAI, the amount of money being spent by these guys is unbelievable. It's a lot of money. I mean, you're talking about gigawatts of data centers, $100 billion in chips, looking at leasing and debt financing. It's like taking the push the limits in the startup world and like grow at all costs and as quickly as you can, but instantly applying this with a big budget and just going massive. So why does this matter? Borrowing for GPUs signals longer scarcity and tougher cloud terms, commitments for discounts. It's so funny because we've seen this story before. We've seen it in Bitcoin mining. The big question mark is how well will they be able to monetize this data center capacity? And that is in part downstream. How much and how useful are the AI tools being used? How useful are they? It's going to be all I can tell you though is that this the capabilities that you are about to have at your fingertips, it's almost like these guys, if you're leveraging these models or these tools, it's like all of this activity that's happening here, these guys are working for you. Sam Altman, all these companies investing in all these data centers indirectly are using it to build out the tools that you can directly. So you have one of the most, it's an unbelievable time to be building a company. Unbelievable. You have the ability to bring on tools with just yourself or just a couple people, tools that were unimaginable just 5 short years ago. So going back to, Stargate, clouds will push for commit for flexibility, discounts, but tighter burst windows and egress rules in 2025, 2026. I mean, gives a chess analogy. I don't know. We might have to revisit ChatGPT because this analogy here is kind of silly. I don't know why it's given a chess analogy with this. Don't trade your queen for a pawn. Riveting stuff here. Never swap flexibility for a short-term discount. Okay, so I was trying to build an analogy here with the queen and pawn, but the big thing here is that flexibility is important. Flexibility is important. We don't know the full behind the scenes terms of all these contracts, but there's a lot that unfortunately you're just not going to know unless you're at the company. All right. With that said, we got to hop into this interview. He's actually in here waiting, so we're going to pull this over and get this started. Hello, hello.
Yeah, hi. Am I audible?
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah.
I like the headphones. I used to wear those when I was playing. I'm not sure if you ever played like Call of Duty or any of those games like the Turtle Beaches.
Yeah. It's customized actually. I customized it.
Really? So they're how did you customize it?
Uh, I mean, I refitted it with little bit advanced, little bit better speakers. So if you look at the patch, it's like it's not so good like factory made.
Mm, okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. You got the special, the heavy duty, the heavy duty headset now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Well, just to set the agenda for the call and kind of just give some background, the uh, the way that we're running it is, hey, we're just going to have a casual conversation, be able to talk through, address any questions, and also try and leave some time at the end for you to ask any questions about the company. And yeah, if that sounds good to you, then we can run with it. Or if there's anything else that you want to touch on or run, we can also run it that way as well.
Yeah. Anything is okay for me. The way you propose is fine. Yeah,
All
that's
right.
cool. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, to kick things off, I'm always really curious about this initial question, but how did you first hear about MyWorker and what made you want to, reach out and apply for the role?
Yeah, so if you look at my profile, I have been searching for AI things, and I kept subscribing and following all the latest AI things and all. So then I saw you got funded from some of the page, and then I thought, okay, what interesting would be doing by this startup is. So I was curious about what exactly you're doing. Then I opened and I checked. It was about sales and automating everything with AI, MyWorker, and etc. So then I thought, yeah, this is good. This seems cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, so yeah,
All
that's the
right.
reason. Yeah.
Cool. And a little bit about your background. I went through the stuff on your page, but just kind of to talk through some of the things that you think are, I guess, directly relevant to the CTO role, my worker. Uh, you understand your background much better than I ever will, so it'd be great if you could kind of lay that out and kind of talk about some of the interesting things you've worked on, problems you've solved, and how maybe some of that relates to my worker.
Yeah. So there are two different phases of technology what I worked on. The one phase was before AI and the breakthroughs which happened, the revolution where the monetization of chat based subscription models like ChatGPT and all. It's kind of breakthrough for everyone. So before that, I was like I was trying to be a jack of all, the DevOps, the deployments, the development, and all the CI/CD, etc. Everything. I wanted myself to be knowing about the whole. Even I was in some part of my career, I worked as a system admin as well, like Linux admin and etc. That's how the DevOps part of mine got. I got curious into DevOps part. So after when I discovered about Markov chains, the weight adjustments, the LLMs, the models, and etc., then I got fascinated. This is what uh, really exciting is. We can solve many more real world problems using these. Like it's uh, generally people, most of the people I have seen, it's just predicting the next text, but using the same thing like previously we were just using binary numbers and we thought what it could be doing. Like it's just a transistor telling us it's a zero, it's passing zero. If it's one, it's passing the current. So that resulted in all the computational power, the development of. So the in the same way I feel the generative AI it has way ahead of what we experience today. Like we can do awesome things with it. The only the how to use it is what our intelligence lies on. So that fascinated me a lot, and uh, I had this. I was qualified for Turing, and through Turing, I got into Google DeepMind, for which I was working, and we were building. Actually, I don't know I can say about it or not, but it's actually DeepMind was basically building PhD models, training on some serious science stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that fascinated me a lot, and that's how the AI part of mine started. And I even wanted to build my own PhD level models and contribute something in biotechnology, etc. It's not much related into the sales things or my work, but the underlying tech is, I think it is the same thing, using the models and trying to solve problems. So that is like it's like I wanted to train it on the top the research papers like on clinical trials and clinical research like genetic modification, CRISPR, Cas9, and all these genetic things, especially. So daily, if we see there are 10,000 plus papers being published on genetic engineering and GMOs, modification of this RNA and all. So I wanted no human can do it. So not so without AI, it's impossible to get into these things. So that fascinated me, and I was building Spectrity a bit, and yeah, so that's how the AI journey started, and yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating too. I always love hearing people's journeys on how they go from like one thing to the next to the next. And I guess the next step here, in this case, would be like on the sales side, and like the sales industry. It it sounds
yeah,
like you've done a lot of like deep research in a couple of different domains. Is there anything particular about, future of work or AI sales that stood out in particular, or is it more like, it just, yeah, I guess what what leads you on the journey into this industry, I guess, is maybe a better way to ask the question.
Yeah. So one of the things which I observed, I have been close in my previous startups where I worked. I was always fascinated about what actually the sales people are doing. Of course, we the tech people, we build the product and everything is fine, but the way it is marketed and the way the salesperson pitches it to the client becomes so extremely valuable and important. So I have gone through many tools like mostly the sales people use nowadays. It's LinkedIn sales pages and all these things. They cold approaching, cold emailing. I myself done cold emailing and sales pitching to a lot of people. So there, I feel there it could be there could be a better way doing these things. I mean the amount of energy and time people are putting can be put into a better thing. I mean, we can save much time is what I felt after going through the sales cycles, what people actually do and all. So I think as people we should be involved into more of creative things and or not the non repetitive things. I think the sales continues to have more of a repetitive structured approach, the cold emailing or a lot of things. So something I thought there could be innovation in that part as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And right now, I guess in terms of uh, like I guess we'll get into it as well, but I could tell you a little bit about the tool. I'm guessing you haven't had a chance to create an account or set anything up within the software.
Sorry, in which one?
In MyWorker, like on the account page.
Mhm. Yeah, I'll try.
It's okay if you haven't. I was just double checking to give you like the context of how the product works. But basically, right now we're only focused on one channel of delivering the message, which is email, because there were a number of technical challenges to overcome, like to make sure that it's not blocked or like that it goes through. And in order to create that messaging, we learn everything about your company, like your differentiator, your about, and then all the way through your target customers. And so that context allows the system to create a lead list and then do the outreach for um, yeah, basically do the outreach to the potential customers. And so that's how the product looks today. Um, but I'd be curious as to like with your understanding from whether it's like DeepMind or everything around AI, what you think could potentially be built around like if you fast forward with the capabilities of models that are, 10, 100 times stronger than today's models.
Yeah. So yeah, I would first list the approach in the pain points of our approach, like the in the entire sales process, like the number of pain points and the challenges will should be deciding the tech which we adopt to or how we are going to use the LLMs. For example, when we do the campaigns or bulk emailing, there is a 90% chance that it will go into spam if it's a campaign. We keep on changing the IPs, we keep on shuffling the message and something dynamic we try to add, and we try to reduce the size of the template and lot of optimizations, lot of tweaks we do manually based on the. I think it's an iterative process where even I myself did, and I was checking the email scores and all. Based on that, it will tell what problems it was associating with. Maybe some backlinks or something it's problematic. So in that way, the to and fro process could be optimized with an LLM instead of a human sitting and checking what tweak we can do. As we already have the better with using the models, the grammar and all, we can already perfect it. I mean the email generation itself. And when it comes to a personal tweak or something, even that with AI, if we have a pre-prompt generator where all the tweaks or all the new things which we want to include, for example, if it's a some ice cream company, we would like to add some delicious this that, and it's creamy or something like that. Or if it's a robotics company, then we will tell it's the next generation something. So the pre-prompt processors and the yeah, email templates which we generate and all, and optimization in terms of delivery and network traffic analysis and etc. That we can automate with AI. And one more thing is the research which goes into human behavior analytics. Like if we send certain kind of email to the maybe the it depends on the sender as well. If we are sending it to an investor, of course he has very less time. He will hardly look at it for maybe 5 seconds, hardly. So the thing which we include should be so much catchy and so much easily to understand for the opposite person to save his time. Uh, if we are sending it to some corporate employee or someone, he will be having. So basically, the analytics of the receiver and the human behavior and whether they opened it or not, we detect it using image links and all. And nowadays, every other email engine is blocking the email links and image links. So we won't be, there is a very less chance to detect the image whether it is opened or not, unless we do some tweaking into the email template. So there are multiple things which could be multiple pain points are there which could be optimized using LLMs. For example, the human analytics, whether they will open or what they want, their time, how much time the opposite person has, and what type of company it is sending, and based on the once we operate in a large scale, we will get enough data to analyze the behavior of people, and to we will once the data is enough, then obviously the analytics, the process, and we would be able to deliver a lot of value to the customers, like
Hmm.
if we get into the data.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Uh,
so there are multiple things.
yeah. Yeah. And actually, going off that, a lot of those things we've begun to do, and there are many things that we still have to do, which is, amazing to see that you just right off the bat are already on top of them, and you see, hey, where this can go and how we can leverage data to really differentiate and improve the product for the ideal customer. Um, Another kind of separate question is, what's make there are many different roles out there, larger roles at larger companies. And then this is, of course, uh, a very early stage to be coming in, trying to take on a foundational piece of the business. What made, I guess, like, what's attracting you to the early stage? Are you thinking that now you really want to come on and like the very beginning stages? Or are you looking like, what's some of your like longer term goals with things?
So mostly the services sector is going to be a $1 trillion economy by 2030 maybe. So the number of services people are going to use is going to explode, and and AI has a very large part in that industry to play. So I believe if we consider about the average age of the AI companies, which has been exploding in this recent, they are hardly more than 1 year. If of course the OpenAI and all, they have been researching from long time, but if we compare the average cumulative of all the time which these AI startups have risen through, it's not more than a year, I think. So anyone who decides to work in who for whom AI excites has to work in an early stage startup. It's not like some big corporates are out there and you have to work with them. And of course, we're using the AI. We are shaking big corporates. Like if for example, I'm very much excited about Perplexity. Google has been pioneer in search industry, but with just a tweak of agentic AI, like instead of getting the links directly, you will get the info. So with just that tweak, they were able to capture, I think, I don't know the exact percentage of the market, but I myself use Perplexity. I think you would be, I think most of the people are aware about Perplexity. So the revolution and the change which AI can give. Of course, if there is someone in the market who is providing you better services and even you're able to provide 5% more value or 5% better product than what everyone else is doing, then I think there is huge market out there for people who do extra.
Yeah, I actually covered the Perplexity news on stream the other day, and yeah, like you mentioned, these companies, there's so much money going into the data centers, so much going into these companies that are eating up market share. Perplexity, putting out the bid to potentially buy Chrome at that one point was pretty funny. Um, yeah, well, I guess just so to make sure that you've got time as well to ask questions, I want to give you the chance to ask some questions as well. The last one that I would ask is, in terms of like what you like coming into an early stage startup, you're coming in at a very like almost like setting the foundation, setting the culture, setting the path that it goes on. Are there any types of things in particular that you think are really important for early stage startups or companies to do and approach things that would help make them very successful or lay the foundation for a successful company in the age of AI?
So yeah, I mean, not the exact thing of setting things, the foundation, the which obviously should be stronger. In that way, I have been managing for 17 plus people. I managed under me as a team lead. Then I have observed the culture which we are going to put into the company is what matters the most, I think. Why? Because I have observed my people, like I never told my subordinates to work for this much time or something like that. If there was a feature, I used to stay like till 10:30 or more than maybe 4 5 hours extra to the actual timeline of the regular work. Then they never dare to go out of the company, because of course my senior is staying here and working, putting his efforts, blood and sweat into building something. So how can I go? So I never told them that you have to work, you have to complete this on time or something like that. I was staying there, burning my energy, building into something, and naturally the culture built up so well that we were able to deliver it 1 month before the deadline. I mean, it's never about what we say to people, or it's all about the behavior, and it's all about what they perceive us. Instead of, if we tell them like we are so good at this, you do that. Instead of being bossy, I feel if as a senior, if you put 10, then obviously if we put 10 and if we have 10 people under us, and it will be like 100x. So I always believed in that, and it worked for me every time. The one more, the validation which I get for this idea is like, even if when I look at Steve Jobs or somebody like that, it's not that he told the uh, he has been very peculiar about the culture which he brings into Apple. And even if we, yeah, like there was a saying of him, like, so do IBM as well builds the computers, and what difference is there in Apple? They are also building computers, and we are also building. There is no difference. So, so the idea of being better, even 5% or 10% than our competitors, differs a lot. I mean, that is what makes a startup successful, is what I believe. I might be wrong as well in my ideas, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I do completely agree that nothing really replaces that work ethic piece, because, if you see your boss going and grinding 24/7, then you're you're not going to want to be lazy or leave them hanging.
Yeah, I mean, even one more validation which I get for that is, if we look at SpaceX or something like that,
Hmm.
Elon puts a lot of time into it, and of course, the I think the people of SpaceX as well are not like regular people. They have also outshined everything. Like most of their CTOs or the engineering department people, heads and all, have turned out to start their own companies and shine as well. It reflects that the culture which we bring into the people has a lot of effect. Like it just sits under the carpet and it just does its job.
Yeah.
Like I find it like that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. What questions do you have for me? I'd be happy to answer any of them that come up.
Um, I mean, like, have you discovered that there are a lot of pain points and we can resolve it with AI for sales? I mean, you have been into sales or something like that. Your story, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually think that the AI journey starts even before MyWorker, just coming from the Bitcoin mining industry. At the end of the day, you've got hardware, you're standing up data centers, and that's what actually very, very early on, when a lot of people I feel like got blindsided, even people like investors, top from Silicon Valley, people from YC. I was just looking at them saying, you're underestimating this because fundamentally, like the improvements that you were seeing uh, from just throwing more compute at things was unbelievable. And my last company has facilities, Bitcoin mining facilities in the U.S., Norway, and Paraguay, and soon gonna be four within the next month. So each one of those, I saw the operational challenges to stand up data centers, that understood the timelines for how this compute's coming online, and a lot of the initial predictions came true with the capabilities that you have today. But when you just look at the hardware improvements, the total investment going in, you're going to have like what got you from kindergarten to high school level intelligence, and then high school level intelligence to PhD level intelligence. All of that is 1/10 of the amount of compute that I'm predicting is going to be online within the next 3 years, based on the amount of money going into all these gigawatts of data centers. So I think that when you have higher leverage, like you mentioned it, you can build fundamentally better tools, and even just a small tweak can fundamentally change your customer experience. And tying that into MyWorker, the initial idea actually wasn't directly tied into sales. It was more like an assistant that is tied into all of your data that can go and take care of like work for you. That eventually, after customer testing, evolved into this vertical of sales, because in all these customer calls, I'd ask the question, uh, what would make you pay for this, and what would make you share it with people? Like, what would basically make it very useful? And that led to, hey, how is this tool going to actually make us money? What are different salespeople's and processes that they're going through? And that overall, from there, turned into what we focused on with MyWorker, which was, you have to have an understanding of a top sales rep. You're going to understand your company, your products, services, differentiators, all that. You're going to then have to understand your target customer that you're trying to reach out to. So the differentiators, the pain points, the position, just your how your solution can overcome those. And then a top salesperson is gonna have to run the outreach and get in touch with them and do all those things. And so where I see this going is in a world where you have 100 times stronger models, you can build a fundamentally better product. Actually, what you mentioned earlier in the conversation, fundamentally different experience and better product. And so I started doing a lot of thinking and speaking with customers on what the future world looks like, where you've got these 10 to 100x stronger models, what the software looks like, how the future of work is actually built, and what that company that owns the market share actually looks like. And uh, fundamentally, I think that we're building the building blocks here. So you mentioned all these different areas where it's like, okay, you can train the models, you can get all this information. At the end of the day, we're getting a lot of data in terms of how we are building up, learning about the different companies, the different ICPs. Now, for me to tell you exactly the end product, like 10 years from now, I don't know. I think that that's going to evolve based on customer feedback. But what I can tell you is that for an initial ICP, I think we're nailing it, because we've got founders that are 1 to 10 mil in revenue with scalable products, so software companies, B2B. Um, they're stuck in like a really bad situation once they hit like product market fit, 1 million in revenue, where you don't have money to go and hire a massive enterprise sales team, a bunch of headcount. But if you take it on yourself, you're bottlenecking your growth, because you've got a product that can eat up market share, but you're stitching together 5 different sales tools that were not made for a world with AI to try and run this process to scale sales. And so the initial ICP, there are over 150,000 companies in this 1 to 10 range. And then I think that, and over another 150,000 in the 10 to 100 range. And so you're looking at two massive bands that if we really build around their use cases and solve their problems, we can build an amazing experience where every single time the infrastructure gets better, a rising tide lifts all ships. You have something better and you can service that need. And I think that in a world where you have uh, you've got these different dynamics where you've got the incumbents that are going to try and acquire, and then you've got many workflow or AI sales startups that are going to get killed, and then you've got this bucket of the AI native startups like the 11x's, the artisans, those that are backed by the biggest VCs, and the MyWorkers. We started a little later, but we're primed for growth. Actually, yesterday we got our first verbal offer for someone to lead the round, like this next round to raise some capital. But I think we're primed for growth. Like the big bottleneck right now is me and us not really having a team to be able to go and scale into these opportunities. And so that's why we're speaking with capital partners, and then trying to find the person to lead the tech that can understand the future, understand all these different things, and also lead an organization.
Uh, yeah, sorry, there was a small network glitch.
All
Sorry
good.
about that.
It was so funny because it was right as I was wrapping up. I was like, so like,
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, I
okay, yeah.
heard it.
So to wrap it up, yeah, like we're trying to find
Yeah,
the capital partners and the leaders for this
yeah,
tech side of the organization, and then that'll land the right foundation for us to grow and scale. And there's a lot of different things that I can dive into, but yeah, that's the whole, I guess, my story, company story, where we're at today, the ICP we're focused on, and then some growth potential.
yeah. One thing which I also think always about the market share. I mean, how much, who are your competitors, where you stand about, and what is your market potential to acquire the client than your competitors. So the I think many people under, I don't think many people have do this. They just focus on their product, but there is a huge importance towards uh, what we build as well, the market which is growing, and what are the aspirations of the market as well. Of course, once if I feel that once if you know your competitors, then you're half done solving the problems. I feel in that way, but yeah, it might be wrong as well. Of course, we should always be better than the competitors. That's what everyone follows. Yeah, unless we don't know who are the competitors and what they are doing, we won't be able to outperform them.
Hmm.
And there will be only one chance where we will give up our market share will be not we giving up. That's it. If we give up, we are going to lose the market share. Unless we don't give up, we innovate, we do better than what the competitor does. I think anyone can capture the market. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's I've been talking about this a lot on stream, but it's one of the most magical things about this time period where it just blows away the internet. You know, it's like there there's unbelievably high leverage. That is like all these people. It's like the people building out these data centers, all this compute. It's like they're indirectly working for you if you're trying to build an AI product, and it's understanding that target customer and then finding a way to continuously and quickly iterate and improve.
yeah,
All right,
sure.
amazing, man. So I know that we're a little bit over time, but I've loved the conversation and want to keep it going. And uh, in terms of uh, the process that we're running through, um, what we're doing is I'm gonna message you. I can just shoot you a message on LinkedIn with my actual WhatsApp number, and then we can start going back and forth on more things, just kind of uh, getting you up to speed, and then just seeing what it's like in terms of like communication, seeing what it's like, not actually having you do any work, but just like what it's like working together to get you up to speed with like where we're at, and then being able to see and ideally shape uh, shape something to get the CTO role fully filled. And so right now, in full transparency, it's you and two other people that are in that process of the back and forth on WhatsApp, and just open to answering any questions you might have on the product. If you also want to create an account, I can activate premium so you can see like what the product's at today. And then I can also just share any questions or answers to any of your questions that you have. And we'll keep it moving forward. I know that
Yeah,
this was a very high level conversation, but yeah, I think it was important, and I can tell that you're a sharp thinker, you good problem solver, uh, good communicator, and all these other things. So I think that it's amazing to see. The majority don't have all of those things in one package, but I definitely get a good feeling with you, man.
yeah, yeah. That's nice to hear, actually. Yeah, I never heard this a lot. I mean, I keep hearing, but not a lot. But yeah, it feels good, somewhat validation. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the thing. I believe that the universe works in a very interesting way, and things like that might not seem important end up becoming important, and it all kind of falls into place. And so, um, yeah, I feel like there's just timing with things where, it always pays off, like putting in the work.
yeah, yeah. That's true, actually. Yeah, I feel the same as well. Yeah,
Amazing, man.
it's
Well, thank you
yeah.
so much for the
Is it
time.
is it yeah. Is it being streamed, or I mean,
Oh
I
yeah,
knew it. You told it, but where can I see that? Like, I want to know how I
yeah.
talk or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
can
mean, where?
I can send you the link on LinkedIn as well. And
Yeah.
actually, while we're on the topic, I actually don't have a hard stop, so I can got a little bit of time to go over this now. So the way that we're building, I think that in a world with AI, distribution becomes unbelievably more important, and the
Mm.
traditional growth hacks of distribution are dying, are dead already. And so I think that the big question became, okay, well, how do we capture an audience, let people know what we're doing, and then get people to want to root for us and get involved in some type of way. And so about I think it's almost a month and a half ago at this point, we're on day 43 of the you know I have it as like Road to $1 billion company. That's like the series, and it's like day one, day two, day three. So we're on day 43. And we do these streams where we're doing certain things that we can on stream. Of course, we do also do work off stream as well, but we live stream for hours a day, and then those get clipped up into like shorts and YouTube videos. So we're putting out one YouTube video a day, and like four to six like short clips a day, and those clips are going on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and all these different places.
Yeah, I really appreciate that you valued the importance of being in the market, like being in these social media platforms and all. And I have seen a lot of people building in silos and not the importance of making the world know your story has a lot of potential. Like, it has a very, compounding effect on what we do. So that the fact that you recognized it, and that's really cool. I mean, when you told it's going to be streamed, then I thought, yeah, this is something serious he's doing. So
Yeah,
this
I went through every single application like one by one from the role, because I was like, this is obviously a very, very, very important role.
yeah,
It's like that, especially because of how early it is in the company's life cycle and where it's going. It's like, okay, this needs to be gotten right. So, yeah.
yeah,
But
yeah,
that's the other thing too, is on the distribution side, what has been amazing. So every Sunday, so there's a team of three in Bolivia, and they're managing all the editing, like creating all the posts, posting it across all the channels. And every Sunday we get together, we go through the analytics. We'll literally like take screenshots of every dashboard, and like GPT knows about, and then we put it into GPT, and we're like, all right, what do we need to do? And we're like looking at our retention and our click through rate and all this stuff, and we're like, okay, how do we like, and then we're like having to brainstorm all these ideas. It's like, okay, it's like, okay, we should do this with the editing, blah, blah. And these guys were, what I love is, uh, it, they were building one of the biggest channels in Bolivia, like in news, and um, but the mindset, like that's the biggest thing, because in a world where you exponentially improving technology, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if someone else is like further ahead today. It's like if someone can get good with these tools and is a good learner and the right mindset and can improve quickly, they're gonna get very good. And that's what I've been amazed, like the rate of improvement in terms of like actually executing, and it's clearly showing up in the data. I mean, just like this far in on YouTube alone in the past 28 days, I checked this morning, we're at over 41.8 thousand views, like in 1 month, right? And like that's just getting started. Like the click-through rates are almost at the level of channels that like the top performing channels on YouTube, like the biggest ones will do like 4 to 6%. And we're our highest video is at just over 5%, and that video is the one that like is almost at 1,000 views, might be at 1,000 now. But the other, like a lot of ours are still sitting, like there's room for improvement, and many other tests. We're just trying to test as quickly as possible, see what hits in the
Yeah,
tests, and then like change. And I'm like, we're putting out so much content that we can test so much. So like, let's test everything, and just double down on what's working. So I think that the reason why I'm kind of sharing this is like we're going to be able to, and I think that we're going to be able to build a company in a way that like with AI was never being able to be done before. But even in terms of like transparency, like us being able to like have you speak with like I'll speak with customers on calls and like go through and build out the profile. But like those feedback sessions, if we want to do live and then turn those into clips, and then other people think like, oh, like we've gotten some customers that have come in from just watching the clips and then seen it. So I think that there's a big compounding effect that can happen, um, that's really exciting that we're just at the beginning of.
yeah, I heard. I mean, I have seen this compounding effect of marketing and being good at content creation, being an AI company. Like example, Cluely. I think
Yeah.
the content which they make is awesome. It's exciting. I mean, uh, yeah. So then I felt if the marketing and if the content creation is so good, then the story which we are going to tell or the sales which is going to happen is half done already. So
Mhm.
yeah, the power of this has been, I mean, I lately realized, but yeah, it has a lot of potential. Yeah.
Yeah, and at the start of the streams too, I just started doing this. We're like the content's gotten so much better in the past like 15 days. But like in terms of the beginning of the streams, we'll just hop on and I'll cover the news. So like I use GPT to do research on everything for the news beforehand, but then we can trend jack because I'm just like we're covering the news right away, and then that gets put out. So like a lot of our views are just because we're nailing like, the SEO of and the actual content of the news, like, and putting things like China, like Apple Beats, like even the thumbnails is just like, oh shit, I kind of want to click this. So I think that I think it's gonna be a really big engine for whatever we build, and even like just the iteration piece. Like I feel like the the compounding effect of how quickly we'll be able to learn from like a community and from customers and everything, and then ship like updates in like real time, I think is just going to be lots of ideas around, but I think it'll be really powerful. Like getting this set up, it took a lot of foundational legwork, but now it's just on autopilot. Like all the equipment, everything. Like there's like so many screens here, like a light, a cam, like all this stuff, like all the software, and the flows to like get it going. But yeah, we've got a super lean content engine. Like so, like very low cost marketing and distribution that like I believe is it might not be looked at as much of as a moat, but I view this as like one of the big initial like foundational like moats that we're building.
Yeah. It's very very few people recognize that. I mean, yeah, I recently discovered that. Like I keep putting at least I put some part of my time into discovering these you know hacks kind of where your efforts will be like exponential. Like some of these are this. content creation technique and marketing, and telling the story of how we are building, uh, recording it live, and there are other things as well. A lot of things I made list myself, and yeah, about thoughts and the philosophy which we bring in, and I do a lot of research on why we are doing this, how we should do the fundamentals of building things, and what makes innovation possible, and what would be their thought process while doing it. So I fundamentally put some amount of time into thinking all these things. Yeah, I just sleep 5 hours a day. I mean, 4 hours is the max, and five is sometimes when I'm tired. And I just doing research, building something, doing R&D about learning more about. I think Microsoft just launched a new model where the data center costs and everything we can minimize. We can build more efficient models and efficient softwares, but consume less, resources and etc. And I was researching about that. So yeah, my hunting never stops. I just uh, keep doing these things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. And actually, what you mentioned, I I was thinking about the exact same thing, and that's what. So, for example, I'll give an example here. Let's say that you were talking to one person. You're technically making an impact on one person, right? With the conversation, that conversation happens once. Then let's say that if it's like live streamed, there's like 15 people. It's like 15 people, so it's like you just had a conversation. You multiply time to like be able to talk to like 16 people now. And then let's say that like parts of that conversation get clipped up and then like 1,000 people see pieces like from different shorts and like there are three different shorts of it and then like one longer form. Then all of a sudden you took like that one conversation where you spent the same time and energy and impact on that one conversation, but then all of a sudden you just multiplied it to, you know, like 10,000 people, like that is, I think, like the power of the technology when stacked in that type of a way and like you build that workflow is amazing. And then one other thing too is you mentioned like all this research and stuff you're doing, and I think that the big thing is if that can also just be put out there, it increases the power of the personal brands of the people that are working at the firm. You know what I mean? So that's like another whole value add and draw. And it's like one of the things with Clearly, I think that one of the things that they're doing great that also is a benefit to some of the people who might work there is that, hey, they get to be known, like they become a known commodity in the tech space because they work there.
Yeah.
So it's like they help build a big company and then more people see them. And like I know that right now they're doing things like office skits or like things like that, which I love. It's super engaging content. I even think that this is in a way more powerful because it kind of shows your professional chops in a way and shows you innovating in real time. And right now I've kind of been the guinea pig testing it out, seeing how it's grown. But I could see this helping where, you know, let's say that we're working together on weekly calls or doing sessions or whatever, and we get like 8 clips or like what like something puts out there, that's personal brand that builds both of our credibility in the space to try and grow, whatever we try and grow. So I think that that's actually a huge value add for, A players who want to come in is like, hey, it's like we're performing, it's you're much more likely to perform when there are a lot of people watching too, so I think that it's like building a good foundational incentive layer uh for the whole
Yeah.
organization as well.
Yeah, that is true actually. The value which we can give them by doing that as humans, I mean, they would be feeling being honored maybe. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very good culture which uh, yeah, the startups, the amount of innovation which is happening is very like it's exponential. And these all things, I think the people who have built companies 20 30 years before would even not even realize this is a thing which companies should pursue or startups should do. So yeah, we are heading, the future is bright is what I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, amazing, man. Well, thank you so much. I'll shoot you over a message on LinkedIn right now with my number, and we can continue communicating on WhatsApp. And yeah, man, I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, sure. Me too. Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll be in touch later today.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Take care. All righty. I look so oily right now. What is up with that? Maybe it's like the light. Am I the only one that thinks this? It like looks like I'm sweating. All right, well, whatever. All right, guys. So we're gonna message him. I like him. I also think he's really smart. I can just tell. Got a sixth sense on these things. All right. We got to follow up quick, guys. Follow up quick. And then, right after we finish up, we will be, let's see, right after we finish up, we are going to, let's see here. We're going to continue the news. Okay. We are going to continue the news. That was, guys, that was awesome. That was awesome. I could get a feeling. I could get a feeling. This guy's intelligent. He's smart. Seems very hardworking. All the things that we want to see. I really hope he's got good communication back and forth. Right. Alton, appreciate it. Were you here for the interview with the potential CTO? If you were, I would be interested to hear your thoughts. All right, guys. We're going to continue with the news. All right, guys. All right, so for those of you guys who are just joining, maybe you've been around, we're going to go over on this stream. We're building two companies live. We just interviewed a potential chief technology officer for one of the companies, MyWorker AI. We normally, every stream, start off with the news. So, I mean, you're going to stay informed. You're going to know what's going on, how it affects you, what the future looks like. That's what you get, and you're going to hear the news, obviously. So, we didn't get to go through all the news ahead of that interview, which was an amazing interview. So now we're going to finish the news. We've got, I think, three pieces left. And that's where we're at. We're about to see Alibaba. Okay, what is this news here? Alibaba pops on Nvidia partnership. So, guys, the hook here, Alibaba goes huge. Nvidia partnership and I had to make sure I was reading this right, a trillion-param model. Okay, trillion with the T. Okay, so what happened? Alibaba unveiled, I'm going to mispronounce this. Alibaba unveiled Quen 3 Max. The company says over a trillion parameter model. Okay, so there's fresh data center investments and a Nvidia partnership. So the shares have jumped on the news. Okay, interesting. So why does this matter? There's more hyperscale demand entering the GPU scrum, and Asia-based capacity and export controls will shape access and price. So guys, Asia, they're hard workers out there. They're not going down without building their own data. There's a lot of data centers going up in the US, but in Asia, they're also recognizing the importance of this, and they're building. Everyone's building. Also, shout out to Alton for first time to the stream. Welcome. We hope that you enjoy yourself and stay. Subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. You don't want to miss out on the amazing things coming down the pipeline in the future. So, what's AI's take on Alibaba's on this news here? So, expecting Asia to spot or expect Asia spot to tighten and inference prices to wobble. Multi-provider routing is a must. Okay, that was AI's take. Um, I th- Guys, I think that this is big news. We've covered a lot of data center news, so just know that Alibaba is in the game. We're gonna keep the news going. Got a lot of stuff to do. Exciting stuff. All right. EU to Apple, Google, Microsoft. Show your anti-scam playbook. All right. EU to big tech, clean up finance scams or pay 6% of revenue. We covered this briefly the other day, but I think it's important. We'll cover it again. Under the Digital Services Act, the EU sent a formal request for information to Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Booking on how they tackle financial scams, fake banking apps, deep fake investment, promos. Non-compliance can mean fines up to 6% of global revenue. I mean, we got to prevent the scams. The scams are on the rise. They're only continue to rise because these scammers now are empowered with amazing tools. And if you're a scammer and you have amazing tools, it's going to be easier for you to scam. And that is very bad. So, the EU's getting involved with big tech here. Next piece of news. Atos lands a 326 million euro cybersecurity mandate. Okay, so what's going on here? EU buys a cyber shield. Atos leads a 326 million euro contract. So the EU selected Atos to provide cybersecurity services. This includes incident response, threat monitoring, malware analysis. Uh, so Atos was selected to provide this to EU institutions for up to 48 months. And they got, I mean, big solid contract there. So why does this matter? The public sector security budgets are expanding. Public sector security budgets are expanding. Government ready features become real sales requirements. That makes sense. That makes sense. So AI is predicting that a Gov SKU logging on-prem retention audit trails basically will be increasingly a checkbox for companies that want to service enterprises as well. So, think about that, SOC 2, compliance. There are these things that, maybe in the early stages of a startup you don't think about as much, but going to become more important. Okay, the final piece of news. Guys, it's so sad. We are on to our final piece of news. Don't worry. We will make it through this, okay? And it seems like very big news here with Tether, okay? I feel like Tether is on the tip of the tongue with some things. I feel like sometimes you'll hear about Tether. People bring up Tether over and over again. Tether this, Tether that. Well, let's see what happened here with Tether. Tether explores a raise implying about a $500 billion valuation. 500 billion stablecoin giant. Tether's exploring a monster raise. Shout out to Falcon Gaming. Thank you, man. Falcon Gaming just arrived right as we're covering the last piece of news here. So appreciate the kind words. So 500,000 or 500 $500 billion stablecoin giant Tether. That is a big valuation. So what's happened here? Bloomberg reports Tether is in early talks to raise 15 to $20 billion at an implied $500 billion valuation. So this is early stage. It's not fully confirmed, but that said, it's a pretty valuable company, even if it's 400 billion, whatever B it comes in at, it's going to be a big number. So why does this matter? It signals massive liquidity ambitions around crypto rails. Payments and treasury products may evolve quickly. Let me actually lay a little bit of a foundation here in case, if you've heard about Tether, if you haven't. Tether is a stablecoin. So you might be thinking, what's the value of stablecoins? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. What is the value of stablecoins? Well, if you live in the US, I mean, there's almost like an invisible benefit of being in the US. So right now, just as a heads up for those of you who just joined or just subscribing, we're going through the final piece of news in the segment. On this channel, we go through the news. On the weekends, maybe we'll play some games like chess and others, but during the week, we're building two companies. And one of them is a Bitcoin mining company, one of them is an AI company. This piece of Tether news, know quite a bit about stable coins because coming from with my last company, SAS Mining, the Bitcoin mining industry, you're just surrounded by crypto, stable coins, things like that. With Tether, let's say that you're living in a foreign country, you're living in a weak currency. Let's say you're in Venezuela when the bolivar, your currency, was collapsing. Well, that sucks, to say it lightly. Imagine everything, the life force, the human power of like your ancestors working day in, day out to build. Let's say that you had $10 million worth of fortune and you were living in Venezuela. Then, through no fault of your own, you have a currency collapse. You're not able to get your money out. Everything wiped out. Now, this is not a reality that if you're living in a place with a strong currency that you'd ever run into. But if you're living in a corrupt regime, like this is something that can happen. Well, in that situation, if you had access to a stable coin where you could get out of your uh, collapsing crappy currency and into a stable, solid currency like the US dollar, then that would be great. And there are many use cases for stable coins, but I was just giving you one. And shout out for the someone said that they liked the shirt. This actually ties directly to what we were talking about. This is a SAS mining shirt. Okay, so the last company, SAS mining, Bitcoin mining, that is where the shirt is from. So I appreciate the compliment on the shirt. Actually, I'm not sure. I've got, I think, four of these shirts because, you know, you else you it's better to have multiple of the same shirt. And the shirt on the back, or it's a Bitcoin mining company. I'll show you the back of the shirt. I'm not sure if actually I have shown it on stream, but it says your place or mine because it's mining Bitcoin. Your place or mine Bitcoin. All right. So final piece here on the Tether news. Um, so if the capital lands, so if they raise that 15 to 20 bill, then expect the USDT, that's the symbol for Tether, USDT, to the rails to deepen. So banks and regulators would respond, and then you'd look at the compliance piece. So all of that to say, big news for Tether, and also just so you guys have an understanding of the stable coins, we gave the example that if you're living in a foreign country or a country with a collapsing currency, you might want to get out of the yeah. You basically might want to get out of the currency into a stable coin. Stable coins also just make it very easy to like go in and out of dollars and between assets, cross-border payments, yada yada yada. A lot easier to just send some tether, use a crypto rail, than have to go through this long process that you might have to with banks, for example. All that to say, covered the Tether news. Now we are done with the news. Done with the news, and we can dive into work. So we actually came up with a schedule ahead of this stream here. We're a little off schedule, but we can get back on it. News flash. Okay. So this is basically what we're about to focus on. The deep work on the MyWorker outreach setup. Okay. This is going to be amazing, guys. So to lay the foundation here, let me get our website up. So on this stream, we're building two companies. I will actually pull up both of them for you right now to catch you guys up. So this is the Bitcoin mining company. Makes it easy for you to start mining Bitcoin. The other one, and this is what we're about to do some work on right now. This one is MyWorker AI. So it makes it easy for you to get started and run outbound. Makes it easy for you to scale your sales, basically, get your customers on the phone. So we have set up a MyWorker account that I'm going to log into right now. a fresh MyWorker account. I just logged in. Now, guys, there's something very interesting here. So just like how we go through planning setup calls with our customers, now we are going to do one for MyWorker's own software. Yes, guys, this is going to be absolutely amazing. Um, you guys are in for a treat. And you know what? Whenever we're working here, if you have an idea or something that you want to work on together, then let me know. Now, because this is about to be a phenomenal, an unbelievably great deep work session, I'm going to try and get into the flow. I'm not sure about you guys, but I like to almost get mentally prepped. I'm going to get all my stuff ready here and and go step out of the room for 2 seconds, come back in, and then when we come back, we're going to get after it. I also put a countdown timer so people know that we mean business. We're not dilly-dallying around here. This is a dilly-dally free zone. So I will be back in 5 minutes, and then I'll be ready to go. Dang. All right, guys, we're diving in. Things are about to get spicy. Here we go. All right, we're also going to respond to the guy that we just spoke with. So, hey, how's it going, man? It was amazing chatting with you. Definitely would like to keep the line of communication open here and have you just play around, get into the software. Also, feel free to ask any questions uh, about how things are. I could even just give you like the background of like the tech stack and how everything runs now, but just to not kind of bias that first impression or anything else. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts and what you think after you go through the software, and then yeah, just let me know whenever you're free to chat after you've done that, and uh, we can keep things rolling. All right, here we go. Now the question is, do you guys want music or no music as we go through this? Music or no music? All right, we're gonna go no music. Um, so the first thing that I'm trying to do is find a chat where we can go through the MyWorker persona. Let's see here. Okay, sounds good. So I'm going to say amazing. This seems great. Now, as a in a new chat, I basically want to get the best, or actually, we'll do it in this chat. We want to figure out how to best fill out the fields within MyWorker's software. And the goal of this account that we're filling the fields out for is actually to try and reach out to and nail sales for selling MyWorker's software itself. So, with that in mind, what do you think would be the best way or approach for us to tackle getting the account filled out? We can fill out all of the company profile fields that MyWorker needs, and then maybe we can start diving into the actual lead persona side. Does that sound like a good plan to you, or would you approach it in a different way? So now that we put that there, I'm going to walk you guys through the software. So that chat that I just chatted into, uh, that's got the background information on my worker software. But I'm going to take some screenshots here. I can actually just use the scraping tool as a good start. Let's do that. Oh, the entity type, business. Right now, I'll give you the exact number. I think, let's see here. We have got th technically 350 users, it looks like. Yeah, 350. Now, granted, not all of them are active users, but we've got 350 users. Great question, Falcon Gaming. Great question. Okay. But we've got 15 paid users right now. All right, let's see.
Sure, I mean it's always exciting about my worker. So one thing which fascinated me after looking at the portal, etc., is the design. Like I'm very much fascinated to know whether we are designing ourselves or is there a designer or uh, especially not only the design, the UX, the user experience has been taken care well is what I believe. I haven't seen the inside product, but yeah, from outside I can realize that.
Thank you, man. Yeah, the overall design, we worked with a firm out of, I believe it Pakistan, and they helped with designing the website and everything leading up to the product. And then the actual branding within the product and the UX was designed by or like basically the structure of the product and company up until this point. Um, our interim CTO, who's now moving to an advisor role, led a team of different developers that helped build out that out of Eastern Europe. So the two teams were kind of separate in terms of like internal to the product and then external user experience. And I kind of worked with the team out of Pakistan to get the to get that user flow, if we want to call it, or the UX of the website makes it easy for someone to put in their website and click to get started, and then the sign up page that was kind of based off of but actually pretty similar to Lovable. But yeah, anyway, that's a little bit of background as well. And as soon as you get the through the onboarding and have the account set up, let me know, and then I can also activate premium on your account. All right. So this portal was just filled out here for MyWorker. So at this point, I'm going to pull this up. See, plan of attack. Crisp buyer facing in every copy. So this is how ChatGPT it's actually very similar to how we're running things with customers. Okay. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, all right. Before we dive in, how about I tell you a little bit about MyWorker and the idea of the ICP um, that we think it would be good to initially double down on, and the reason for that. So, uh, right now, of course, there's a lot of AI sales tools out there. In terms of the ICP that we're talking about, I think that, or overall, I think that to differentiate MyWorker, I think a lot of the old AI sales tools, they're just launching another feature. I think a lot of them are going to get disrupted. Then I think you have a bucket of AI native companies in sales that can actually build just far better user experiences and actually deliver outcomes that are much better than anyone who's trying to ship an AI feature or an AI, you know, sales workflow, right? So I think MyWorker fits in this AI native bucket. And then I think that you've got the incumbents, et cetera. But for the ICP that we're going after, and that I think has a huge need, is those founders that might be in the $1 to $10 million in revenue, or 10 to $100 million in revenue. And the 1 to 10 in particular, because they're faced with a very difficult challenge, which is they have traction, they've got a product that's working, but they don't have time to go or resources to go hire a massive enterprise sales team. And simultaneously, uh, they don't have the time to try and stitch together 5+ different sales tools to get the outcome. So, with that said, I think that this persona would benefit tremendously from what it is that we're offering, and I think that we can very quickly eat up this market for founders uh, in that 1 to 10 or 10 to $100 million in revenue. Um, in terms of the overall, like what it is that we do and all of that, I think that we can dive more into that too. But want to get your thoughts in terms of how we approach this in the best way possible. Just wanted to give you that a little bit of additional um, background. And I also do think that maybe there is like Series A through C is definitely worth testing, but just yeah, wanted to give that additional context. And we can test all these different buckets that you think would be best. That's the hypothesis, though. Akamaru, what's up, dog? Long time no see. Bro, you got to get the notifications on. Whenever I go live, you'll be aware, you'll come, we'll chill. All right. So right now, yeah, so what are we doing? I'll give you the quick high level now that you're joining. So, beginning of the stream, we always start with the news, then we go into work sessions. We did our CTO interview. He was great, and now we are diving into launching a big campaign for MyWorker AI. And so, in order to do that, we are yeah, basically we're building out all the stuff that MyWorker needs. So MyWorker needs context in order to do that in the best way possible. Like what the about section, the products, the pricing, how it works, use cases, news, all of this. This is all information that uh, we need to fill out. This is what the software filled out automatically. We're gonna up the quality with our ChatGPT research and working together with it. And then we're going to get some large scale campaigns going. So it's going to be great. Okay. So this is the game plan. I asked ChatGPT, I said, what game plan do you think we should follow? Great question. So someone on Twitch asked, are you building a business plan for investors? Actually, at this moment in time, we have We had someone who verbally yesterday, well, actually, while we're on stream, wants to move forward with us as the lead in the round. So, and we also have some interest from some other investors. Right now, what we're trying to do is this is going to be for our customer funnel. We built a solid foundation to be able to go and scale the business, which you know, is the next logical step with what we have on deck. Uh, but in order to do that, we need to get more calls booked with potential customers. And then also, our media side, trying to get more people to come to the channel, check us out, hear about how MyWorker AI can help their business. But we're in real time going to show you us using our own software to build campaigns and then sell our software, basically get people on calls. And so this is exactly what we've been doing with customers. We've done it ourselves previously, but now I want to do it live because we weren't doing it while we were streaming, but now's the time that we're going to go. And I was like, let's just do this live. Why are we doing it on our own account? Let's and the idea of full transparency, we want to be fully transparent with everything we're doing. Let's build it out live, show the results, and yeah, make it happen. So, with that said, that's what we're doing. All right. Okay. Real quick, I gotta give him admin, or not admin, premium access right here. Gotta give this guy premium access. Awesome. I just gave you full free access on the MyWorker account side. The one thing that I will mention is that for the domains and everything to send, the way that the product works is it will, like, after you add however many domains you want, like on a premium account you would get 5 domains. You add them in the senders section on the left hand side. You go in there and then you just add new senders. um, in this case, I'm not sure if, maybe we get one domain and attach it to the account if you want to test the send. Or another thing we could do is I could just like bring you on a call or a screen share, and I could show you that portion of what it's like to actually send things out and see responses and how the software all works from there. But yeah, that's basically the background on how all that works. I might not have explained it in as much depth as you need, so feel free to ask any more questions. After you run through everything too, I'd be happy to share more if you have questions about like tech stack or like all that stuff. All right, guys. Sorry, we're getting distracted, but it's important. Get him the stuff he needs. Don't want to be the block for him. So this is the operationalizing the game plan. So we're going to do founders in the 1 to 10 million and 10 to 100 million revenue bands. Scream outcomes, not features. Search, filter results that surface active buyers and intent. And then launch 2 campaigns, 1 per founder band. Keep 1 operator campaign on deck. Okay, so this is the I'm going to read through each persona, and then we can decide if we want to lock in that plan or make any adjustments. So persona 1, founder and CEO, 1 to 10 million revenues, hands-free outbound that books calls. Founders and CEOs with real traction but no bandwidth to hire or manage SDRs or Stitch 5 tools. Want a single AI native system that researches, writes, sends, and books and protects deliverability. All right, industry, B2B SaaS, tech-enabled services, agencies, dev IT, fintech, healthcare SaaS. No time to recruit SDRs, founders the bottleneck, tool sprawl, data sequences, warm-up tracking, low reply rate, inconsistent messaging by persona, no learning loop, need meetings this quarter, not a 90-day rollout, fear of domain burn, and spam folder. Solutions, MyWorker AI campaigns, persona-aware research, writing, and multi-step follow-ups, intent filters, hiring, tech, funding news to target only buyers, deliverability suite, warm-up, rotation, throttling baked in, calendar routing, meetings, goals go live in 7 days with DWY setup, outcomes dashboard, replies by reason, meetings, test winners. Okay, common objections. We already have Apollo. Cold email is dead. I don't have time to set this up. We layer on top of or replace existing tools with intent, testing, and warm-up. Start with one persona pilot. Domain pools and smart throttling, reputation safeguards, and live monitoring. Done for you, done with you onboarding. Import, offer, ICP, case proof, MyWorker, draft sequences you approve. All right, that's the first persona. Think about it. Think about that persona. We're going to listen to this other voice message.
I mean, I'll figure out the features, etc. That's what I should be ideally doing. So I'll be doing that. And yeah, if there is anything, I'll definitely ask you.
Amazing. Sounds great, man. I appreciate you diving right in and the fast communication. All right. So that is persona 1. Now persona 2. Exec team with SDRs, BDRs in place, but reply rate and show rate lag. Wants AI native testing engine that finds angles, enforces quality, and increases meetings per seat without adding headcount. Founder, CRO, VP sales. Okay. SDR paint. Okay, so here are some of the industries. Here are some of the industries. So it says B2B SaaS, data and infra, cyber, martech, fintech, supply chain, industrial SaaS. So, I have an idea. I'm going to say, thank you so much. This sounds great. For context, we've got the capability to run a ton of campaigns and a ton of emails and really do a ton of A/B tests. And the reason why I want to share this with you is I'm almost wondering if you see a better way for us to approach this. For example, we can get very, very hyper specific on different ICP profiles. Right now, I know that we have it segmented fairly broadly, but I feel like we could test and get very specific across many different areas. Um, you know what I mean? Because in the industry, there's like multiple industries for each of these personas, and for the position, there's like multiple different things in some of these personas. And so I feel like, maybe that is the right option, but maybe, just maybe, there is a better way that we can really come up with many personas and segment, and that might allow us to have the system speak more specifically to the pain points that each of the target personas are going through. So, with that in mind, let me know what you think would be a better approach and how detailed or deep and segmented you think we could go, and how much research we could even do and segment. Yeah, we're gonna figure it out, come up with the best solution. All right, guys. I'm not sure when you're watching this. There's different levels of activity required when we're doing different things. When we're going through the news, I can be 100% there just trying to understand, read, and communicate the news. Now, here with MyWorker, the wheels are turning in the mind. We're figuring out what is it that we could do that's really going to resonate. And yes, I think that we actually just came up with a great idea, and AI is seeing how we can improve the approach. So, segmentation model. We got the core persona, the who. There's many different industries in terms of the where. And then there's the trigger, the why now. Each campaign, we need the persona, the industry, and the trigger. So the messaging reads like it's wrote for you, not just written for SaaS. So we need to build 6 micro ICPs per persona, covering your best industries. For each micro ICP, 1 pain stack, 1 offer carrot, 2 hook angles, and 1 CTA. And then reuse the same structure, only swap the industry and triggers. Interesting. Very interesting. So it broke it down into the micro ICP catalog. And I like it. So here are the micro ICPs: dev tool founders, cyber founders, fintech founders, martech founders, healthcare founder or health tech founders, um, IT MSP owners, and then basically rinse and repeat from the 1 to 10 and the 10 to 100. And then yes. Okay. So it had some good ideas in order to build these out. So with that in mind, what I can do, generate the 18 micro ICP persona blocks in your app's exact field form, plus 2 offers and 2 hooks each. You want speed, pick dev tool hiring, launch first. They're high signal, high pain, and perfect showcase for MyWorker's AI native edge. That sounds like a great plan. I like it. Let's do it. We can start with those areas that you believe are best, like you mentioned, and dive into the research and filling out all that stuff that we need with the dev tool founders and cyber CRO. So thank you so much. Let's do it. Absolutely, man. I actually took it down right after you sent that this morning, but I just forgot to update you in the chat. So, yeah, dude, don't worry. If there's anything else you think we need to take down, I'll take it down, dude. We can't have you getting deported or anything. All right, here we go. So we are getting the personas built. New persona. All right, we're trying to format this as well as we can. We're not necessarily doing the best. All right, here we go. Okay, okay, here we go. We got two ICPs to start. ICP numero uno. Founder, 1 to 10 mil in revenue. Dev tools, hiring first SDR. Just gonna call it. So what's their description? Dev tools founder in 1 to 10 mil revenue. Technical founder with real traction, posted first SDR role in last 30 to 45 days. Yep. This guy sounds like they need us. Okay. Guy or girl. Sounds like they need us. Okay. Industry. Developer tools, platforms, APIs, infra, and dev productivity. Okay. Perfect. These pain points. Founder is the bottleneck. No time to recruit or coach SDRs. Tool sprawl. Data, copy, sequencing, warm up, low reply rate. Technical buyers ignore generic scripts, no testing loop, and then fear of domain burn, deliverability collapse. Okay. Intent first lists. All right, so our solution, MyWorker. We've got intent first lists. Filter by fresh SDR posts, GitHub launch, news triggers, then AI campaigns that research the account and reference their stack and write technical buyer copy. Pain snippet, micro demo, CTA. All right, deliverability suite. Warm up, domain pools, rotating, throttling, auto pauses on risk, import offer, then meeting, 1K sends. Okay, yeah. So all of that, paste in there. Now counter strategies. MyWorker layers on top. Keep your data sequencer if you want. We add intent and copy testing and deliverability controls. Domain pools, throttle, and keep reputation. WI. Okay. So done with you setup. Okay. All right, guys. ICP1 done. You know what? Just because I'm like, let's go, and I'm ready to just rock and roll. We're ready to rock and roll, guys. You know, some people wait around or would do all of them at first. That not us. No, no. We're just gonna launch this puppy. See, guys, at MyWorker, we move fast. You know, many people they live in the slow lane. At MyWorker, it's like Formula One. okay? Lewis Hamilton. We're racing down the track, okay? And we're going. The speed of execution is unbelievable. Guys, in a world where things are moving so fast, you just got to move quick, okay? So that is what we're doing here. We're launching this today. Actually, we're going to launch this in the next 5 minutes, okay? We are launching this right away. Honestly, we're not even going to overcomplicate this. We're just going to create and proceed. We're going. We're going. We're not even going to need to make this perfect. We're going with 5 accounts. All right, guys. We just launched. First campaign's live. We didn't even make sure it was perfect. We just were like, hey, let's get out there. Let's start getting some personalized emails written and going. This platform, great question, Akamaru. This is MyWorker's own tool, MyWorker.ai. I will send this over to you. So guys, now we have personalized research, messaging, emails, everything being sent over to this first ICP. Pretty amazing. I mean, I was also kind of distracted as we were doing this. And we just launched a whole campaign. The agents, the MyWorker agents are now going and they're figuring out, okay, who is this ICP? What are their pain points? What are we going to do here? Who's hiring for SDRs? What work is being done? And then figuring out how are we going to message them? What offer is going to land? And it's just going through, making it happen. And, we're just going to sit here and honestly, we're probably going to, grow this. Oh no, Akamaru, this would be impossible to build with Lovable. Let me tell you, we worked. I mean, we've got a team of people that have worked over a year. Like at this point, like a year and a half to build not just the website, but this product. This product is amazing. It's the best sales product on the market. Show me a better sales product than MyWorker. You can't. I'm telling you, put MyWorker AI against any tool. I mean, Salesforce shivering in their boots. Shivering. Thank you, Akamaru. Thank you, guys. Shout out to Akamaru. He even just said it. He was like, you built this with Lovable? And then I was like, actually, no. And he's like, this site's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, MyWorker site, I wish I could take credit for it, but our team just did an amazing job putting together the site. I had a little bit of input here and there, little things, but they helped make it happen, custom coded everything. So together we just launched a campaign to work's being done right now. Research, the agents are all working. They're diving in, making stuff happen. But we're not going to pause there, guys. We have more customers to help, more people waiting on hearing about MyWorker so they can scale their business and come on stream and do all these things. So their business future is in our hands. And in order for us to help them, we have to launch another campaign. We can't only help this first ICP of DevTool Rev of 1 to 10 million founders. Now we're going to help the cyber chief revenue officers and the VP of sales at the 10 million to $100 million mark. So that is this next step here. We are going to launch another campaign. So lead personas. We are going after ICP numero dos. All right, so you might be thinking, Will, what is MyWorker going to do in research? That would be a great question. So here you're looking at the chief revenue officer or VP of sales with sales development reps or a BDR team, and outreach or sales loft installed, reply rates are flat. You got a new VP of RevOps or funding in the last 90 days, and we need predictable. These are guys that need predictable meetings per segment without exploding their costs. Well, lucky for them, you have MyWorker AI. And as soon as these guys hear about MyWorker AI, they are going to be chomping at the bit. Okay? That is what we are saying. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do here. CROs, VP of sales, VP of RevOps, head of sales development. And the industry, cybersecurity. Okay. Got to help these cybersecurity guys out. So, stale messaging, weak objection handling, no disciplined variant testing or reply reason analytics, governance, brand safety concerns on cold channels, and ops time drained by deliverability fires. So, we're going to fix that, of course. Give them our solution with MyWorker. We got to overcome these objections. So the objections for these guys, it says we already pay for 4 tools, show brand safe messaging and deliverability controls, prove uplift before we change process. All right, Akamaru, go ahead, ask your question. All right, counter strategies. Start a control layer on one segment, side-by-side pilot. Demonstrate safety, default warm throttling, improve report weekly on meetings. Okay. So at the end of the day, guys, the goal with how we're approaching this is we are going to test a lot of different things here. Okay? We're going to speak with a lot of people, going to get a lot of customer feedback, and we will adjust from there. So we're going to start a new campaign, guys. We're moving quick, okay? All right, so we got the goal here. So we're going to give them a little benefit there. And we're going to put in our Calendly link, our meeting link. Going to target ICP number 2. We'll do smart lead search. We will use these next 5 domains. And you know what? We're actually just going to hit initial emails. 5 a day. We're going to include Saturday and Sunday. We're hitting people at all days of the week. No one is safe. Whoops. I'm going to edit this one campaign. We're going to add Saturday and Sunday. All right. We just have to update that campaign really quick. Okay. Well, Akamaru, I have an amazing idea for you, and it's actually a big thank you for coming onto the stream and tuning in. So, MyWorker AI could actually, it sounds like, be very helpful for you if you're trying to find new clients, because you basically just turn it on and then it'll go and do the research on. It basically is like learns everything about your company, which I could work on with you to fill this out, and then fill out ICPs like your ideal customer profile. You can run different campaigns like we're doing now. And so, like these campaigns, it's already got 4 leads here, 38 social posts and processing. So, what it's doing is it's using a tool. One of the many tools built into here is called Exa.ai. So, it's an API that connects your products to the web, and it goes and it learns. So it crawls the web and finds information, and our tool is using that context to do this. Okay, so all of these things, like multiple AI agents, everything working together to run your outbound. So I guess I'm not sure how big your business is. Maybe it is below this revenue band, but could be something that if you're just focused on getting new clients, MyWorker is definitely the best tool on the market for getting new clients. So you just saw how easy it was for us to go from no account to launching campaigns. So now we have messages going out to these different ideal customer profiles for you. We would find your differentiation for bookkeeping and tax consulting and go after different industry ICPs and how you could speak to them properly, like their particular challenges, you know, clients, and form a wedge. And then once you're in there, and you figure out whatever you get the best data on, then you can start doubling down, getting more customers. So that's how I would approach it. If I was using MyWorker, The other thing, if you want to come on stream and then we can get you all set up, we could also, if you want to have your video on, we could get a short clipped of you talking about your business that could help with the marketing. So let me show you what I mean here. So we could get a clip like this for you. My name's William Samasegi. I've been a tech entrepreneur, founder, and CEO for the past 10 years. And right now, we're focused on two companies. One of them is a Bitcoin mining company called SAS Mining.
Got a digital shovel, sold about 50 units.
So just like how you could buy Bitcoin on Coinbase, you can go onto SAS Mining and start mining Bitcoin. Very easy. You don't need a PhD in power or anything. The other company is a company called MyWorker AI.
What if your next SDR wasn't a person, but an AI? That's exactly what MyWorker.ai is promising.
And MyWorker AI is a tool for founders, for builders, for businesses who want to grow and get your product or service in the hands of people who need it. It's basically AI sales software. Our one-liner is AI sales team as a service for founders to help you grow your business. Whoops. My bad. I didn't mean to. My name's William Samasegi. I've been a tech entrepreneur. So yeah, basically, if that is of interest to you, then let me know and I could help get you set up to come on stream at some point. Because I'm half Asian. No, I'm just messing around. All right. So, guys, look at that. In this short period of time, we launched 2 campaigns. Okay. Uh, thank you, Dexton. Well, if that's what you think, then, would it be a crazy idea to subscribe, follow along? Honestly, whenever you subscribe, we're building in public. It's like we're working together almost. It's almost like you're in the room. We're building something. But in all seriousness, this is actually an amazing, amazing tool just in this short period of time. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. In this short period of time, we have built 2 campaigns. So the amount of work that we've done just with this one tool in a short period of time would have taken a team of probably about like 5 people to put together everything on the target customer profile, right? To research cyber chief revenue officers, to understand their, like, basically who the ideal customer profile looks like, the positions, your industry and cybersecurity, their pain points, like the messaging, variant testing, all that, and then come up with solutions and objections for why these people might say, like, basically what your offer is, why they might say no, and counter strategies to overcome those objections. So you basically have AI agents now that are perfectly trained. Perfectly trained. Thank you, Dexton. He said it's brilliant. I agree with Dexton. It perfectly trained on everything about your company and your target customer, and then can, just like when you chat with ChatGPT, you got to give it context, got to give it data. Now all of that is in the brains of the system and knows everything. And it will then, what would your team of 5 assassin level sales reps do at this point? They know the customer and they know your company. Well, they'd have to put together a list, obviously. So I think that you've got the old way of list building, and then you've got the new age that's now possible with AI. The old way is you have filters, You filter between all of these things, which is great. You can get very specific. You've got the VP of sales, chief revenue officer, industry, size of company, revenue. That's all great. And that's how things have been done by the best teams in the world up until AI. Recently, you had Exa AI raise at a $700 million valuation. And you might be thinking, why? At least that's what I first thought. Why? But then you realize that this is a amazing product that is almost like the filter search on steroids. You're adding in agentic capabilities, so you're not just looking at you're not just looking at the surface of like these filters. You're using AI logic to find the best leads and the best things. And so we, of course, have the old way built into our product, but we added in the new way, the AI search capabilities, the cutting edge futuristic agentic capabilities into our product. So now your superhuman intelligent sales team on your buyers as well, who understand your buyers better than everyone, now have agentic capabilities to go and reach out to all of your ideal customers and build a target list based on intent data. So if, like in this case, we said, okay, someone who wants to hire in 90 days, that is exactly what it can search for online. So all that to say, amazing product. It builds the list, it does the outreach, and then it'll get them on calls, right? Personalized messaging that perfectly resonates, gets them on calls. And great question in the chat for those who are wondering what's going on here, what's happening. If it's your first time to the stream, welcome. To give you the quick update, we're building companies live on stream. Right now, we're building, using MyWorker's own software to build MyWorker and get it into more people. Also appreciate the sub. Thank you. If it's your first time to the stream, you can work with us live. I mean, I think that in a world with AI, you've got a lot of changing dynamics, but the big thing that we could be wrong. I could be wrong. But the big bet that I'm making is I think that transparency is going to win and building in public is going to win. And that's exactly what we're doing. Like if you were at a big company, like they would never let you do this. The thing is I'm the decision maker for MyWorker. My last company in the Bitcoin mining industry, I grew, and then I'm now building both, but focused on MyWorker.ai. And so I'm open to taking the risk we're doing it. A normal board would probably not give you guys the insight that we're really going through here. I mean, you guys are getting the behind the scenes. I'm sitting on stream hours a day working with you guys, letting you guys see behind the scenes. And if you have any questions, want to see anything, we're doing it together. This is almost, I'm interested to see how it evolves, but I do think that it's going to be very cool because you could just tune in, have it in the background. It's almost like co-working, but it's one of those things where you're actually trying to keep it entertaining, of course, but actually learning. Your life gets better from learning the things that we're going to discuss on the stream. So we gave a high-level overview, launched some campaigns. Great question in the chat, by the way, by Dexton. Hope I'm saying your name right. Great question. So who's your biggest competitors? I'm going to answer this in a couple ways, and I can go in more depth if you want. So the first thing is I think that there's different buckets of competitors, and they have similarities in different ways along features. So bucket number one, I would say, is a traditional AI sales software that might hold one of our capabilities. Like maybe they help with the search, maybe they help with like positioning, like all of these things. There's a lot of AI sales workflow, those types of companies out there. My personal opinion, you're free to disagree, but my personal opinion is that the majority, if not all of these companies in this bucket, are going to get disrupted over the next 3 years based on how much better the base models are going to get, based on the future ChatGPT, Anthropic rollouts, etc. So that's bucket one. Bucket number two, this is a bucket that MyWorker falls into, and that many of the biggest venture-backed AI native companies, I call them the AI native bucket, the AI native companies that are in sales that have a defined ideal customer and differentiated product. Those are the ones that I think you're going to see grow a ton over the coming years. And they're going to be the ones that get acquired. They're going to be the ones that raise large funding rounds, and they're going to be the ones that ultimately have the decision to make of whether you accept an acquisition or whether you're going to go out and you're going to try and, eat up the market and compete against the incumbents. And that's the final piece, the incumbents. These are the companies like the Salesforces and those that have a lot of the market share today and are going to be making investments in the up and coming companies, acquiring them, and then competing with any of the ones that are up and coming that want to eat up the market share. So great question, Dexton. That's how I'm thinking about it, how I break it down. If you want to hear about exact companies from different buckets, I'd be happy to dive into those as well. But that's how it's pretty much segmented. At the end of the day, there are a ton of companies globally. There's a lot of companies that are going to help with sales. There are a ton of companies that are going to help with emails. There's a lot of companies that can help with one of these pieces. But the big thing that we're different and solving for at MyWorker is, yes, we're AI native. Yes, there's a lot of capabilities in our product that other products don't have. But the big key is that we're really trying to solve for that final need. And that need is that you've got a ton of amazing products in the world. You've got a ton of amazing founders and businesses, and they're not able to get their products or services in the hands of people that could actually benefit. Like, there are many people out there that I'm sure could benefit from a small business that just doesn't have the capability, the funding that lots of these other chosen ones of Silicon Valley, that doesn't have the budget of a multi-billion dollar multinational corporation or conglomerate, but they have something that people want, and those people need a tool like MyWorker because they also don't have the time to go and learn 5 different sales tools, stitch it all together, and run and grow their business. So, sorry for the long rant. I am actually, here's what I think we're going to do here. We've got a couple campaigns that we just launched live. We actually have some that have already been opened. So let's see some of the messaging that these campaigns created. And while this loads, I will be right back. All right. Let's see how we're doing here. All right. So I forgot. Um, we have the first, how do I explain it? We're going to try our first in-person live stream later today. I'm about to call the cameraman. He said he had a change of plans, but we'll figure this out.
Has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message.
Dexton, how's it going? What was your question? Oh, is it just the team. It's a great question. Um, yeah, so right now the team is very, very lean. We've got people helping, the people who helped develop the product, they're part-time at the moment. We have a dev team, or not a dev team, editing, production, a team of three in Bolivia that help kind of with all the marketing, social media, all that stuff. And then I'm managing a lot of these other pieces, which you guys actually get to see live, which is awesome. Um, let's see some of the emails that this sent out. So, all right. So these are some of the emails that it's created. Yeah, see, it's like research. I noticed your reaction to Chris Ritson's post about hiring SDRs for potential. Yeah, these are some good messages. Okay, so let's see. Um, yeah, Dexton, I appreciate it. There's a lot required to launch a tool, execute, and get customers, and every single one of those, I mean, lots of landmines, basically. So it's very, very difficult as a heads up. That said, I think that one of the things that makes it easier is being surrounded by people who are doing it and and have done it and hearing from them. So a lot of my friends that I actually will bring on to maybe I'll call them right now, but that I like to spend time with are people building. And you kind of just get in that builder mindset and you hear about lots of new things. You learn, oh, this is how you can use AI better. This is, uh, you know, there's this VC that posted about this. There's this event happening. And that type of energy, I think, yes, it's helpful and it's motivating. But the big thing about it too is you learn a lot. Like you learn a lot of things that are going to help you execute better. And I mean, you might already see some of it on the stream from this short period of time on today's stream, but there's a lot of different areas that you can apply AI and learn and make things work better. Exactly. That's what we're talking about. Okay. I think that I need to um, I might need to go out to the cameraman. So guys, um, here's what we're testing later today. I think it'll actually be very, very cool. So for context, we have Tech Week coming up, LA Tech Week. There are a lot of events that happen during the week, and it's great because you meet a lot of people, have a lot of amazing conversations, and maybe meet some useful contacts for your business, whatever it might be. I think events are amazing, but the one thing that I always think when looking back is, man, I feel like we could have made more out of it, you know? And I think that there's so much, not just making more out of it, but like it's almost like you miss out on a lot if you're not at the event. You get FOMO, you know? And I thought, you know, what if there's a way to live stream some of these events? You know, we got mics, we got the DJI, we got, and I have a cameraman that is great, like amazing. He does private events with, you know, lots of, I mean, he was at an event that Bezos was at the other day covering it. He also does a lot of professional motorsports filming. And I was like, this guy could probably do live streams. So we are testing that out for the first time later today, ahead of Tech Week. But we're just going to go grab some Korean barbecue and live stream it. So, you know, a little different than Tech Week, but it's going to be our first time going out trying to do a live stream in person and making sure that it still all works. So with that said, he was supposed to come out here. It seems like there was a little change of plans and he wants me to go out there, which obviously I'm fine to do. I just need to plan around it. So that is the game plan. So you might be thinking, what's the game plan for the rest of this stream? Because there's the other one coming down the pipeline later. Well, I'm thinking we launch a couple more campaigns here. Let's get some more customers in the loop. You know what I'm saying? Gonna get some more outreach going. So that's one. At 1 p.m., we're speaking with one of the biggest venture capitalists. They're a very big venture capitalist, I believe, out of Silicon Valley. They reached out. I am actually going to be curious to ask how they heard about us. We've been having a number of different investors reaching out over the past couple weeks, but I've been telling them, look, we're dialing in, trying to figure this stuff out, do X, Y, and Z, but going to take the call, more of an exploratory. We also yesterday got the offer for $1 million investment lead for our round that's coming up. So there's a lot of activity. You're watching us, you're seeing how we're doing it live. Granted, on the call yesterday, I didn't play the audio or anything because certain things is like keeping confidential, but you know, you got to watch me with no audio as I was doing the call. So yeah, all of that said, I'm getting distracted here. I'm all over the place. The cam ramble. Let's focus and get some more sales. And in order to do that, I mean, just imagine how long all of this would have taken. Like literally, if I put you on the clock and I was like, research all this stuff, do all this, and then start sending emails and research everyone, research the post, do everything. That's a lot. That's a lot of outreach. Guys, we have just reached a momentous occasion. For those of you on the other platforms like Dexton, you're on Kick, but we are also on YouTube. The man, the myth, the legend, Joaquin, who you guys can actually see him live whenever we go live on Saturdays. We have a weekly call where we work live, check out the analytics, make our plan for the next week. But Joaquin just joined the chat on YouTube. So what's up, Joaquin? Yeah, great question, Dexton. So we're finding the emails with our Exa AI. We're buying the leads, basically. We're buying the leads. So based on your target customer profile, which in this case, let's say it's ICP number 2, We're going after these types of clients that meet these needs or this description. Exa AI will use agentic capabilities and web search to find people that meet that type of criteria. Yeah, they just raised their 85 million Series B. But yeah, that's all plugged into our product. So it all happens automatically after you launch. I mean, I kid you not, guys. It sounds like I'm exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. MyWorker AI is the best sales tool on the market. Okay. It's unbelievable how good this is. And it's like unknown, you know? So, I mean, if you adopt MyWorker now, you have really like a competitive advantage over all of the other people that haven't yet adopted it. But I'm telling you, the thought and the execution and everything that is put into Exa AI, and that is just a tiny piece. They raised $85 million. That is a tiny little piece of what is making our product function, just to put that into perspective. And you don't even have to worry about how to build on this or do anything with that. It's already just implemented into MyWorker. So with that said, actually, Joaquin, message if you're still in the chat on YouTube, because I'm curious if you are. Or actually, I could just call you. Maybe I'll just call you. Yeah, I'm going to call. Guys, if Joaquin answers, you guys are going to get to hear him live. We're going to bring him on the stream.
Hey, man.
Yo, what's up?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. I actually I wanted to tell you the news about today is going to be the first time we're trying to do an in-person live stream. So I'm going to go and get some Korean barbecue.
In-person live stream? What do you mean by that?
So I'm meeting up with this guy that's done some filming for me previously, and later, so we're gonna close up this stream, and then later, but because we're gonna do a live stream during Tech Week, we're gonna test out make sure everything works, like the tech we're using, and that we're able to live stream it properly. So I just said, yeah, let's do it. Going to Korean barbecue tonight, but just like see if it all works. So I think that'll be pretty cool. Our first in-person live stream instead of in front of the computer.
Yeah, they usually call those, at least here, they call them IRLs.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Gonna hit an IRL. Awesome. Yeah.
Let's go. Make that its own thing. Like, don't put that under the same day 42 category or something like that. Make it its own. Thing. I wouldn't know how. I mean, my guess is you're gonna cut the stream and then start a new one, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna cut this one off. I'm still figuring out the exact time I'm gonna go live, but yeah, that's the plan, man.
Awesome.
I'm pumped. All right. Well, I kind of just wanted to call too because speaking to you brightens up my day. But yeah. Other than that, there wasn't really much, I guess, business stuff to talk. I was just
I was watching your live for a bit.
Yeah. Awesome. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man. I'm always checking to see how you're doing.
Awesome. Really, really appreciate it, man. Well, I'll let you run and get back to what you're doing, and hope you enjoy the day.
Awesome, man. New video is up, by the way, on YouTube.
Oh, let's go. I'm pumped. I might go watch that now, actually.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome, man.
I'll catch you later. Peace.
Bye.
All right. New video on the channel. Yeah, Dexton. He's a beast. All right. We're checking out. It just dropped. Gonna be. Oh yeah, follow the channel for sure. Let me. This is the channel. Oh, you know what? I'm live streaming to multiple platforms, and so I might not be able to. I'm not sure if I can message it to Kick, but it's basically my name, William_Samasegi. It's this blue one. The new video just launched. We're about to watch it. Oh, we got Stefan in the building. What's up, guys? Stefan is the man. He just arrived. Stefan, we've had an action-packed stream, man, but I just got off with Joaquin, and he told me that a new video just launched, so I wanna check it out here. Let's see. So for this role, this is how we're gonna approach it. So I'm just gonna try and get GPT to help lay out like what is the best approach that we can use that software for the interview to actually get down to the best final hire. I don't know if you think it makes sense, but I almost want to ask, like, how many hours a week are they looking to work? You know, it might be a little too cut and dry, but we're just really trying to screen for like a grinder who's a good problem solver and can like stay organized and get things done. So I'm not sure what the best way for us to do that is and like screen for all these things. I know that I got to start shaving, but my God, look at that. Let's really try and like figure out who we can get who will just like figure this stuff out, figure out the tools. Ideally, he's like got some experience building out workflows or doing all this stuff and get everything set up. Yo, guys, Joaquin just sent over the logo for the podcast. What are your thoughts? I like it. So for context, we've got the channel, but then we want to create a playlist in the channel and have like a branding for the podcast. So yeah. That's what this is for. All right, now I'm gonna start asking people for intros for someone like this. So this is what Video Ask is.
Hi, I'm Emily.
You can
with
basically
Atos Solutions. Thanks so much for your application.
So you can do interviews like this. So I'm coming up with the questions
and the steps ahead. You'll need about 20 minutes and a strong signal to complete this interview.
She seems kind of nervous asking the questions. I'll make it more natural. But yeah, so we're trying to figure out the questions that we're going to put in there. We're about to speak to DevRev. They've got a tool that it can integrate with your systems, like your website. You can put in a widget and it takes all of that data in and you can build out your knowledge base. It's funny because as I was doing this, I could hear be the chat agent, like I had background like the support agent, and some of that made it into the all video. Of these different things. That's what this company is giving me the demo of today. And sorry, I keep talking over the video. That's my bad. I was just saying that it's interesting that while I'm working in some clips, like I wasn't doing it just now, but sometimes I'll leave royalty, like that music that I am fine with actually playing in the background, because I have gotten in trouble for that before. But I'll play some music in the background and I kind of forget about it. I do kind of like it though. This is the first time it's been in a video and the music's been playing in the background from the previous stream, and it was a solid volume. So shout out Stefan. Stefan was the one that let me know how high I should have the volume there. But I liked the volume in the background there. Actually, it flowed pretty nicely, I will say. And and I want you guys, like Andres and Leo, if you guys know a better software to do this stuff, let me know. But that's what we're going to be looking to do here. Talk show royale. We're breaking the law. Okay. Sweet. All right. So we have a countdown. You know what? Just so I don't miss the meeting with the investor, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a Stefan, I know that it irks you when I have this. So, but I do think it is kind of like, I'm going to put a little timer in the corner. Maybe I just have it. Where do I put this? Or you know what? I'm just going to have this set. Give myself the clickbait timer. Yes, guys, we need to get this clickbait timer properly set up. But it's also going to be good because it's going to make sure that we don't miss this meeting. You know? So let's do it for maybe 50 minutes. Then I'll have like 6 minutes to prep for the meeting. Okay. Oh, what the heck? Okay. So now, to catch you guys up, what we've done is we're working on MyWorker, and we're using MyWorker software to get more customers for MyWorker. So we've launched a couple of campaigns to 2 different ideal customer profiles. Now we want to launch some more campaigns. And so I am in here. We've done 2 ICPs. I'm going to say, all right, this is great. Now we launched those campaigns for those first 2 ICPs. We, want to, in the best way possible, build out the rest of those ICPs. I know that you mentioned that there were a number of micro ICPs, very specific ones that we could create. Let's think through the best way to continue building out the ICPs and how we can target them most effectively that will help get calls set up. So let's keep it rolling. We finished those first 2. Let's build out some more ideal customer profiles that we can run campaigns for on MyWorker. All right. And now we're going to let it think. The timer is, I don't know why I find the timer so funny, but I do like having it. All right, ICP number 3. Yes, Stefan, great question. So as it's filling out, feel free to read what's on screen. But today we had our first interview at 9:30. Stefan, you would have liked this guy. This guy was good. He used to work at DeepMind from Google. And as he was talking about things, I pretty good with AI, but I can tell that he has a very good understanding and can logically piece together different areas of things that are going to be important for us to actually build a good, scalable, differentiated company and product. And so, we're going to keep that going with him, see how things progress. And we don't want to rush it. We don't want to rush filling the role, but we do want to get the role filled quickly, if that makes sense. So it's a give and take, don't want to rush into it, but want to get it filled quick. That's true, Stefan. The candidates, they're all chill, brought their own flair, all very successful, very smart. So, that's where we're at with that. And then we covered the news, but we did end up starting today at around, I want to say, 2 hours earlier than normal. So around 9, because we normally go live on the stream at 11 a.m. Pacific. Today, we were live a couple hours earlier. And at this point, we have this countdown timer, as you can see, leading up to this investor call. Up until then, we're going to get some more campaigns going here. So ICP number 3, for those of you guys who are wondering, ICP is ideal customer profile. And, in order to properly target and get someone on the phone, get the right customer, you got to understand them, their pain points, and how your solution can solve those pain points. And that's what MyWorker does. So we are going to fill this out for this ICP. Oh, the cameraman's calling. Yo, Nolan, how's it going, man? As a heads up, I'm on stream.
I'm sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, yeah.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I was letting you know, as a heads up, I'm on stream, but I'm pumped for us to hop on stream later, dude. This Korean barbecue is going to be so good.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry about that. I was just doing chores around the house real quick before I head out.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. So I guess what's the game plan? What works for you?
If you can meet me here in Burbank, we do have a guy Okaku here.
Okay.
Yeah.
What time do you want to meet up?
How does 4 o'clock sound to you?
Can you text me the address real quick, and then I can just check how far it is?
Yeah, let me text you right now.
I always toss it into Waze because that way I can get an idea of traffic patterns.
All right, for sure, no worries.
Let's see. All right, I got it. Let me just copy this address. Where is this? Oh, so it's the Burbank Town Center, basically.
Yeah, there's like a lot of Korean barbecue spots around there.
All right. Burbank Town Center on Magnolia.
Correct.
Oh yeah, I see. The drive time goes way up the later we do it.
Right.
It's okay. I'm just looking at the time here. So
Yeah, I don't want to take a lot of time out of your hands as well. You know, it's drive time could be really bad around that time. It's true.
yeah, because if to get there at 4, I'd have to leave at 2:30,
All right.
and I have a call at 2, 2:30, and 3:30. But I mean, I could take the 3:30 in the car or from anywhere. Um, yeah, I could take the 3:30 from anywhere really. Um, the
Unless you want to push it back to later, if the time is better later throughout the day.
Yeah, actually, let's see. I might be able to let me check one quick thing on my 2:30 to see like what kind of call it is. So, because I think that will impact it. Let's see here. Okay. So, yeah, the 2:30 to 3:30, I will need to be in front of a computer. So, how about we, I mean, I'd be leaving during the peak of traffic, but I could make it work if I leave at around 3:30 and we meet there at 5:30.
All right. I mean, that would work for me as long as it works for you and it's convenient for you. I don't want it to become an inconvenience for you.
Yeah, are there like different locations that maybe we could like so do you not have your car? Or are you Ubering, or what's I guess your
Yeah,
ride situation?
yeah, I'm Ubering right now.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah.
And how far are you from Burbank?
Oh, I live right down the street.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could try and make it out there. I could make it out there for you. So I'll keep you in the loop. I guess I could just let you know when I'm on the way so you know when to get there. But
Okay.
I guess ahead of time, I'm wondering what we could do to get the stream and everything working so we're like good to go, you know?
Yeah. Do you have the login credentials for that app you were telling me about?
Yeah, for Streamlabs.
Yeah. Because yesterday I didn't get to test it out yet, but all the dongles and whatnot, all the adapters for camera to phone came in, so I have all that right now with me.
Oh, okay,
I
sweet.
just haven't tested it yet. Yeah.
Okay. And I also have the DJI mics as well. Yeah.
Yeah, just bring that along with you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm almost wondering um if you want to hop on like a screen share and have you ever used Streamlabs before or seen the UI?
No, I have not.
Okay. Yeah, it might be useful for me to just like I could literally hop on a screen share with you for like a few minutes and show you just because between now and then I'm not sure how long it'll take you to get everything set up, but like my guess is that it could take a little bit of time if it's your first time on Streamlabs. So I can kind of show you how it looks and then I can message you as soon as I hop off stream. And then you can kind of use that time while I'm driving to try and figure out how to like get it going.
Yeah. All right. You want me to use the UI on the computer, or should I just download the app on the phone? I mean, obviously we're going to use the phone.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Should I be familiar with both?
Actually, that's a really good point. I didn't even think about that. Like the phone's going to be a completely different UI that you're going to have to learn.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, I guess in that case, you could even just practice without using the actual like my Streamlabs account. You could just practice going live with like a dummy account, you know? Which would actually probably be better than us just like notifying all the people who follow the channel that we're live and then just going off and on and off and on.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. All right, then I'll just download the app and make an account, and yeah, if you can give me like you said you're between now and like an hour and a half. Cause you said yeah, calls at 2, yeah.
Yeah, well, I've got a number of calls. Now that I'm thinking about it, I actually don't even know the phone UI, so I don't even know if I'd be able to help you that much. I guess the big thing is like us just on the phone figuring out with the camera that you have how to properly link the source for the video device as your camera, and then how to properly link the audio devices. And then the last piece would be how to turn the sources on and off and control it as you're on the move. So like how you can play around with the scenes or whatever it might be on the move. But all of that UI is kind of, I guess you'll be able to figure out on the phone.
Let me I'll download the app in a little bit after I get my talk done. But yeah, let me play around with it, and I'll update you as I go.
Awesome, bro. Dude, I'm so fired up for both the stream and the Korean barbecue. Oh my God. It's been a while since I've had the all you can eat at yeah. I mean, maybe not too long. It just feels like it's been a while, man. I don't know. Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna have to find a way to at least get some push-ups or something in ahead of time. I got to build up the appetite. Yeah.
I guess you got to starve yourself from now to then.
Honestly, I'll probably be pretty hungry because on days I've kind of been in this routine, but I just haven't had time to eat because I'm just working all day. And then the only time I'll try and eat something is I'll be working, and then all of a sudden I'm gonna be hitting a gym session at like 4:35 p.m. and then I just eat a protein bar. So I barely eat anything all day. And then at the end of the day, I need to get my calories in, which it's obviously not good for building muscle or physique or anything, but it's allowing me to get more work done, because else I'm just, it kind of throws me out of my rhythm and flow if I have to like break up the day, eat, and then if I eat a little too much, then I'm just kind of slower,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. All right, bro.
You're on some type of like intermittent fasting or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. The intermittent fat, I mean, in a weird way, I guess it'll be good for getting cut, but
Yeah.
and even then, maybe not, because it's to get cut, you want to maintain a lot of muscle, and this is definitely not good for muscle building. Like this approach of barely eating throughout the day, but it is good for getting more work done. I will say that. So it's pros and cons. It is easier for me to just crank out more work during the day.
Yeah, it makes it more efficient for you. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, it's like, we're rocking and rolling. We're not taking any breaks. We're just getting in there.
That's how I feel sometimes with my job, man. So I understand. I understand how that is at times.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Well, I'll let you get going here, and then I'll let you know as soon as I'm on the way, like what the ETA is. The one other thing that you can just text me whatever you think would be better. But I could go and meet you at the mall. I could also go and meet you at your place, and then we could also just kick off the stream like at your place and then on the way. You know what I mean? Like that might be kind of cool. Yeah, and then that way you don't have to buy an Uber or anything either, so it's almost like a win-win. I could go and scoop you.
All right. Yeah, let me send you my address and we'll go from there.
All right, sounds good, man. I'll see you later.
I'll see you later.
All right, peace.
Peace.
All right, guys. I hate the little numbers at the end of the timer. All right, so yes, Stefan, I wanted to answer your question while I was on the phone, but I didn't have the hands to do it. So that was my buddy Nolan. He's does a lot of filming and things like that, but this is going to be his first time doing an IRL stream, and so we're going to be doing it for Tech Week, and we want to make sure we understand how everything works, that we can get the tech working, and that we're not going to run into any hiccups on the day of. So I said, hey, let's just go and grab Korean barbecue. And so that is the game plan. I guess you guys just heard the game plan because you heard the call, but I'm going to head over there after the calls today. But if you guys want to be part of that stream, if I'm just guessing what time we're going to go live, maybe a little earlier, but if I'm planning on getting there at around 5:30, we're probably going to have to figure final stuff out before actually going live. So probably be live around like 5:45 or 6. And then going to go and grab Korean barbecue, hang out. Nolan's a cool guy, so it's what we're going to be doing later. But until then, we have more stuff to knock out here. So we were going through, all right, switching gears, back to MyWorker AI. Overall goal, how to get customers. How are we going to get the ideal customer on the phone for MyWorker? Focus. We're focused on founders 1 to 10 million, and then founders 10 to 100 million in annual recurring revenue. We've already launched 2 campaigns to different ideal customer profiles within those different buckets. Now we're going more specific. We're going for ICP number 3. Ideal customer profile number 3 is founders in the $1 to $10 million revenue that are in fintech. They're getting ready for their first sales development rep, and they're compliance sensitive. And Stefan, I was actually thinking as I was on the phone that you're going to be sleeping like a rock at that time, but it will still upload the video, and maybe we'll probably end up clipping it. Maybe clip in either parts or maybe a full thing into a video. So that's what we have on the docket here. Okay, new persona. ICP number 3. And here's the other thing, guys. We have a couple of options. One of those options is, we try and go hyper specific, perfect the ICP, and then launch. But because we're still in that spaghetti at the wall phase, we're really just trying to get these things out quick. So we're going to launch these and, based on the data, try and improve it over time. Position, industry. All right. I'm just copying and pasting this information over, but you guys can see industries, of course, fintech, payments, lending, and risk. We're going after some of these founders and head of growth. And we're basically just showing our solutions to their pain points. We've discovered or covered these together. There are the common objections there. And then our counter strategies. And we save that. Boom. ICP number 3. Done. Oh, wow. It did a lot of ICPs. It did 8 ICPs. Okay. This is one of those things. This is a valuable lesson that I'm going to teach you as I update this. A lot of times, or I can't do this distracted. Okay. As a founder, you are constantly faced up against constraints. You're constrained with money. You're constrained with time. You're constrained with the number of decisions that you're actually going to be able to make. And because of all these things, sorry, that keeps annoying me. All the beeping. You're constrained in the number of decisions that you're able to make. So the big question becomes, how are you going to optimize or make the best decisions, make the most of your time, your resources, and your energy? And so with that in mind, right here, we're at one of these points where we're putting, say, 2 hours into getting as many calls as we can get booked on the calendar booked. We're in this initial testing phase, and we're testing a bunch of ICPs. Yes, we could perfect and make every little ICP here perfect, but we've got the capability with our own tool, with MyWorker, to test and run so many experiments that rather than debating in our mind, the perfect way to run each experiment and, agonizing over every little choice, I'm like, let's just toss it out there, get the data, see what happens. And then once we get that data, refine our approach based off of what we learn. And then we can begin to go and run more experiments. But right now, with the little amount of time that we're spending on this, you're seeing exactly how we're doing it. We're about to get a lot of coverage, a lot of reach and coverage. So that is where we're at. And it's going to be great. Now, I'm going to go home. So we literally just launched these campaigns. And out of these campaigns that we've launched, we already have 7 opened. So unfortunately, 0 responses, but 7 people have opened our email. Let's see here. And what we're going to do is we're just trying to get coverage here. So we reached out to all these people. At least we're on their radar. They've heard of MyWorker. That we know for a fact that 7 people now know about MyWorker.ai, which is great. You know, we would prefer if one of those people booked a call, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's at the end of the day, that's fine. It's a numbers game. ICP number 3, going smart lead search. Gonna go with 5 new domains. We're just going new coverage, 15, hitting them on weekends, launch. All right. All right, Stefan. Appreciate you coming in today, man. Always super grateful. And have a great day, man. Have fun at school tomorrow. You know, save the energy for after school on the stream. We'll keep learning. You'll keep getting a world-class education here. All right. So guys, we just launched another campaign. The amount of work, I don't think that this can be overstated. The amount of time and energy that you are about to save from having this launched is unbelievable. The amount of, it would take so much time and energy to do all of this work on a daily basis, and the system is going to do it no problem on its own. So truly freaking incredible. All right. Now back to lead personas. New persona. Oh, whoops. We need to include what ICP number this is. ICP4. Position, founder and head of growth. So we're targeting here. Okay, marketing tech and ad tech. All right, pain points. Got some pain points there. Category fatigue, low reply rates, no systematic variant testing, founder writing copy at midnight. You don't want to be that founder writing copy at midnight. That's brutal. Okay, we tried cold email. It flopped. That's tough. All right. Boom. ICP number 4 built. All right, guys. So go home. New campaign. Going out to ICP number 4. Oh, wait. We almost forgot to toss in our Calendly meeting link, or our HubSpot meeting link. ICP number 4. Five new emails. Saturday and Sunday. launch. All right. And now for the final ICP. Actually, no, we got 8. We got 8 ICPs. We're only on ICP number 5. Okay, CRO with an SDR team, long sales cycles. Position, CRO, VP of sales, RevOps. All right, industry, supply chain and industrial SaaS. And solutions and objections. All right. Now, new campaign, ICP number 5. The goal here we'll toss the meeting link in. Guys, the speed at which we are testing is truly unbelievable. I'm going to have the start time for these emails. All right. I mean, look at all these A/B tests that we're running. In the first one, we already have 6 out of 15 opened. All right. Lead personas. All right. ICP number 6. All right, guys. Once again, I want to reiterate something. This is an amazing experiment, okay? And you might be thinking, why is this such an amazing experiment? Because I want to show you that with this tool, we're going to test 10 different ICP segments. Some of them are going to be stronger than others. Many of these are new ICP segments, okay? They're different ICPs that we haven't run full campaigns to yet. We're going to look at the data and see what it yields, right? the link. Okay. ICP6. Next. All right, guys. We just launched 8 campaigns. 8 campaigns. Look at that. We're going to clear that. This is what the dashboard looked before. This is what it looks like after. Look at that. Fill out registration for this event tomorrow. All righty. I will be right back. All right, I am about to hop into a call with an investor. Because of that, I am going to have to mute myself, which I'm sure you guys understand. That said, I do have an interesting. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna have to mute myself, guys, unfortunately. All right, we're muting. All right, just finished up on that call. So, guys, we're already on the radar of some big players. That company, they invest much later on. They're like $15 million plus check sizes, but we're on their radar. All right. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat. Just responding to some messages. Getting some calls set up. Hey, what's up, man? Thank you so much for the update. I also today started kicking off a bunch of MyWorker campaigns in the software and while I was on stream. So I think that's going to be really exciting to see. Thanks. There is a lot of activity. All right, I'm just responding to an email real quick. Okay. All right, guys. So we are legitimately just block and tackle, knocking out tasks at the moment. We'll get some music going. Gotta get the vibes up. Oh,
Here, and then put it on the screen, and we can talk to it on the screen. Damn.
That's very true.
How cool would that be, right?
Yeah. That would be really cool, actually. Yeah, because you can literally move like that. You're watching that,
Yeah.
and then go to the other people that are like there. Like,
Yeah.
you can be like, yeah, and then you can be like, yeah.
That's cool. We should try it. All right, see ya.
Bye.
Bye. That would be nice if we can demo me and you talking here, and then put it on the screen, and we can.
Hey, great chatting with you today, man. I will be in touch as we nail those milestones. But in the meantime, feel free to reach out to me anytime if you need anything. Take care. Peace. Alrighty. Oh, man. All right, we got 15 minutes before our next call. I need to take a quick walk, get the blood flowing.
Hi, babe. I'm glad you called. I've been wanting to talk to you, too. I miss you. Call me. Bye. Hi, babe. I'm glad you called. I've been wanting to talk to you, too. I miss you. Bye.
Right on cue for this call. I think I need another energy drink. Hey, how's it going?
Doing well. So a lot of what we do is actually like personal brand building, and focus on the founders. So wanted to know before we even jump into it, does that resonate with what you're trying to achieve right now?
Yeah, it does. And also, real quick, is there a Fireflies note taker in the meeting room or anything like that?
Yeah, I could throw that in here.
Oh, okay, sweet. Yeah. Sorry, I had music playing. I just had to pause that real quick. All right, yes.
So you go first.
I was just gonna say, you'd reached out on LinkedIn, and I'm definitely trying to focus on this brand building side of things, and so I wanted to kind of hear what, like, kind of how you work, what comes to mind, and also, see what we could do.
Are we going to focus the personal brand as a parlay into the MyWorker AI, or is it some of the former products you worked on?
Well, with the personal brand, like, I'm doing like building, basically like focus on both. Yeah, I'd say focus on both.
Okay. So topics, like, all right, I always like starting with, like, if you could be identified for these 4 or 5 things, what do you want people to resonate with? Like, is it that you are the top guy with AI sales team, right, with the MyWorker AI, or is there something else?
Well, with the brand building, my thought process is slightly, it's been slightly different. I just got like started on trying to dive into this in this type of a way, but it's like building in public to the, nth degree. And so it's not like necessarily being known for any like one or individual thing. I would say that it's more so just, oh, sorry, there's a call coming in. Just want to mute this. All right, sorry about that. I would say it would just be like putting out kind of like the journey of what it's like building in public is the idea and the approach. And like that is going to cover tech. It's going to cover, mindset, fitness, just the things I'm passionate about, but bring that to the surface.
Okay, so we can keep it somewhat broad in the beginning, right? Where we're just like, what do you want to talk about today, right? Or we have like a list of 10 categories, just all on aspects of your life. And that we record together. That's our structure. It's very hard to record by yourself, and it's hard to come up with the ideas for the topics. All right, so we do a bunch of research on keywords based on some of the core things you want to identify with, and that might actually come like in month 2, because it seems like month 1 we might just go off the cuff, right, and kind of jump into like, oh, this topic worked really well for Will, and this topic worked well just through us just conversing, right? And then, so I'll show you the step by step, but in the beginning, it's going to be very natural conversation style. And we have a lot of ties to the Bitcoin world too. So our clients, the Cardones are one of our clients, and also into the cryptoverse.
Nice.
I see your Bitcoin summit in the back, and I saw you were part of the mining business as well.
Yeah.
So step 1 is topic research, right? And honestly, for you, that's probably going to come a little later, because in the beginning, we're just going to start just kind of leaning into whatever you want to talk about, right? And we'll do lots of questioning to prompt that. The way we record, we actually jump on a call just like this, but I use a higher quality platform called Riverside. And it's like you're a guest on a podcast. For you, it's very natural conversation. For us, we're trying to invoke all these thought-provoking concepts that'll help you pull out stories and experiences and things like that. And it'll come out really natural and authentic, and we'll cut it into like 15 to 60-second clips. So your only time commitment in the entire process is jumping on that monthly recording session. So from that, I'm going to cut out the clips, 15 to 60 seconds in length, 10 to 20 of them every month, depending on what volume plan we're on. Use OpenAI Sora for the B-roll, so I make custom B-roll to overlay with what you're saying. I do a detailed piece of writing to expand on what was said in the video clip. So we have a detailed piece of writing, a video together, that's the cohesive post. We're going to put that up onto 4 social media channels that you're choosing. So something like a YouTube, LinkedIn, TikTok, Instagram combo. Pick the channel that we care most about. So if that was YouTube, the $200 in ad spend would be focused fully on YouTube. And just taking the best creatives and pushing them further and growing the following faster. On my premium and elite tier programs, that's when we're going to do long form videos. So we are not going to try to make videos like Mr. Beast. But if we can nail a how-to tutorial style topic, we can really win. So I'll give you one for me, and I'll give you like a general example. Like your ice maker in your refrigerator breaks, you Google it, a YouTube video pops up. Right? That YouTube video gets hundreds of thousands of views over time. I have a big background in e-commerce, so I did a video on how to create a variation listing on Amazon, because that's a big pain point, I know, for a lot of our clients and things like that. That video gets 400 views every 48 hours, right? And now, a year in, it's at 40,000 views. So we want to hit that type of style. So we'll do the research, we'll do a full script around them, thumbnail, everything.
What's your process for doing that? Like finding the
on the
like
research?
hooks? Yeah.
So first of all, in the research, like we'll identify, all right, these are the keywords or topics that you want to be known for. We're going to see what's actually out there currently on YouTube. Can we beat it? Is there, and then even looking in the comments. So a lot of times there's problems with the videos, and the comments actually tell us what those problems are, and then we create a video to address those comments.
Are you using like vidIQ or anything like that?
We do, but then we also just do search on YouTube. Like honestly, it's just better to search on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah. Just searching like vidIQ,
you have all these tools, but I can just go on YouTube, and whatever I type in, it'll pre-fill the rest of it, and that's the search intent, right? And then you pop up what's actually on there, and you're like, oh, this video is terrible. Like we could beat this out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And these are the engagement options. So my elite tier is 20 short videos every month, plus 2 of the long form ones. So the 20 shorts makes out to 80 posts plus the 2. So we do that at 4,500. Premium is 15 shorts plus 1 long at 3,500. And then the starter is short form only, 10 shorts, equating to 40 posts at 2,500.
And you mentioned with the, if you scroll up the, just so I understand each of these. So to the very top. So you mentioned like a piece on like SEO, like I guess that's the search related to search intent, but then for ranking, what are your thoughts in terms of like how you optimally rank with the SEO?
Every algorithm is the same. It looks at playthrough rate. I don't care if it's TikTok or Instagram or YouTube. How long are the users staying on the video? So we want 100% playthrough, right? And we want to make sure, obviously, we have the right keywords in there on the title and descriptions and all of that. And once we identify that, all right, Will, these are Will's 6 content pillars, right? Well, now I can do way more in-depth research ahead of even the recording sessions, right? Because we know that these are the keywords you identify for, the topics you want to identify for, and we'll record content targeting those queries. So we'll do research on like, what are people actually looking up? And therefore, can we solve it? Like, can we solve these pain points or these queries with a video? So that's on the research side. And then on the actual showing up side is the more playthrough you get, the more visible that particular video becomes for that search. Now, let me show you a good example on my YouTube account. All right, you able to see this? So
Yeah.
this particular video, right, as I said, it gets like a couple hundred views every 48 hours. It's all about the watch time and the retention. So this is a tutorial and they jump around it a lot, right? But I get 60% retention on a video, which is around like a very particular e-commerce topic. So YouTube loves this. Right? And so when you Google this on Amazon, I pop up on Google, I pop up as well. And then the biggest thing is how long, like the interaction, right? Like look how much of the 84% of it comes from YouTube search as far as the traffic. And then also, this is why it does really well. It's got close to 200 comments on it with people having actual problems. And then for me, it's a funnel. It's beautiful. Every person who has a problem is a potential client, right? So I reply, I say, let's jump on a call. Let's see if we can do a paid consult, things like that.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking to do.
I see. And with your channel, can I see like how many followers, and I guess like how, if we pull it up, what's the channel called?
Yeah, Failing to Success, built around my podcast. Here, let me pull it up.
Failing to Success.
The podcast is even more popular than the YouTube channel. The podcast is top 5% in the world. Pop this open.
How long has your YouTube been going?
How long is the podcast or the channel?
The YouTube channel.
2 years on this particular one. And then my e-commerce business one was around for much longer. So this one's at 91,000 subs. Honestly, I don't make enough content for myself because we have so many clients that we're doing it for.
Yeah.
So I try to make them whenever I can. But the stuff that does the best on my channel is the very particular e-commerce problem-solving videos. And I just that's where I know I can really win on the tutorials. And so whenever I try to go outside of that, sometimes I have things that hit. Like this one's doing okay, but it's too early to tell. So this is one of those videos that 3 months from now, I might be at 10,000, 15,000 views, but I won't know for a bit.
So you're basically looking at like these are ideally going to rank over time is like your thought process.
Yeah, exactly. So like this one is starting to work. The Amazon FBA packaging requirements. So now at 5 months in, it's starting to get that traction to where now it's getting about 50 views a day.
I see. Okay. And it just keeps going over time?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why this one, which was like a year old, right? This is a year ago, and now it's at 43,000. This will easily be a 100,000 view video.
Yeah, I see. And in terms of like the podcast, you mentioned that the podcast is the podcast on the channel, or how do you run that?
I have the podcast on the channel too. But the podcast, they're like one-hit wonders. Like they get the initial visibility and then it stops. But for me, my podcast is more of a client acquisition strategy, in that every guest on my podcast is a potential client. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So you're on the podcasts. All right, I think I see. So your service, you manage the full, yeah, I guess like the full gambit of everything on the socials and everything else.
Yeah, this particular, I mean, I do everything that I do for myself, we do for clients. So like if you wanted a strategic podcast, we'll do the book out the guests, do the production on it. We do all that too. But what we're talking about right now, yes, it's a full end-to-end social media management. It's going to look something like this, right? We're going to have everything scheduled out every week. All the videos edited, produced, really good storytelling style descriptions. And then we're going to fully schedule out a calendar. So end-to-end done for you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think like right now we've got like kind of our own approach with running things, but and it's one of those things where I don't want to like jump in and kind of like interrupt something right when it's getting going. Yep. But how about we stay in touch and maybe like reconnect in like a few months or something?
Yeah, we could do that. I'll email you this document so you have it, and then I'll just start. I do a bi-weekly newsletter with like DIY marketing tips, so that's a way for us to stay in touch. And then I'll make a note that early next year, I'll shoot you an email with where you're at.
Sounds good. Let's
I
do
will.
it.
Great
All right.
meeting you.
Take care.
Talk then. Take
Peace. Let's watch one of his videos.
We're going to go over how AI tools decide who to trust, how to format your website and social media content, and how to make sure LLMs actually reference you. You have to become the source that AI can actually learn from. When somebody asks ChatGPT who's the best copywriter for e-commerce, or what's the fastest way to build a YouTube channel, they're not getting 10 blue links anymore. They're getting one answer. The 4 most effective ways to train the bots to ingest your content and make you the source of data. Firstly, be citable. AI pulls from clean, structured content. Write like a source, not a marketer. Use headers, bullets.
All right. Yeah, Joaquin, our videos, I think, are a lot better than this. I'm obviously biased, of course, but let's see. Hey, how's it going, Kent? Sorry, I was on a call when you were dialing, but just hopped off. I can I just listened to your message too, so yeah, I think we can push all those different areas forward. I'll also leave a booking link here that you can just line something up with the capital raising team at whatever time works for them. Thanks. Okay, so we have another meeting here. All right, we should definitely run a sequence to plan for this call we got coming up here. Right before we hop on with Hans here, we're gonna call Nolan back.
Nope.
Hey, I just got your text.
Yeah, man, I've been spending the last hour trying to figure it out. I got all the dongles and whatnot, and also I tried using the capture card.
And what's the challenge we're running into?
Just being able to see the camera on the apps themselves.
Being able to see the camera. Have you? Maybe what we could do is try feeding the exact context of like what problems you're running into ChatGPT.
Yeah, so I'm just let me see, because I searched everywhere online and they said it should work, but
Yeah, I mean, I would literally go to ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT everything that you've been trying. Just like explain it like you would explain it to a person. Just like imagine that you have the best expert in the world with you, and just say, like tell ChatGPT, pretend that you're the best expert in the world in understanding equipment, setting up live streams, going live, and you're trying to figure out how to live stream with this camera in like this situation using Streamlabs mobile app, and then like whatever problems we run into, just say like, hey, I've tried this, it said online that it should work, but like I'm running into this problem, and then just go back and forth with it. And I think that like, because if without that type of a prompt, it might be kind of tough.
yeah, exactly. All right, let me run it by ChatGPT right now.
Yeah, if you want, like I could do you think you understand how to do that, or do you want me to like
No, I can do those prompts. That's fine.
Yeah, you can just literally click. What I like to do is I click that talk button and then just like go to town, just like chat with it a bunch. It's okay if it's kind of disorganized, but then like just chat into that with like as much rambling and context as you need. And then just like keep talking with it as if you're like working with like the best tech expert in the world on it. So like, cause that like someone out there could figure it out, so you just need like that advice from GPT.
All right, for sure. Let me answer those prompts right now, and I'll get back to you.
All right, awesome, man. Yeah, I'm about to hop on this call at 2:30, and then I actually might finish up early, and if I do, I'm just gonna head over there right away. So
All right, for sure.
yeah, because I can take that other call in the car, and if this one's only like 30 minutes, then I could probably get over there much sooner. But yeah, and the earlier I can leave, the less traffic I'll run into. So I'm really hoping that this call doesn't take forever. I'm gonna even let him know, like, hey, I'm gonna try and make this a quick call if that's cool.
All right, for sure. Sounds good to me.
All right, I'm pumped, dude. I've been craving this Korean barbecue all day, bro. You're the highlight of my day, man. I just want you to know that. So just know that, like, you are the light I see at the end of the tunnel on this day. This day's been a lot. So, but yeah, I'm sure you'll figure it out. So it'll be cool. Be getting some delicious food.
All right, for sure, brother.
All right, I'll catch you later, man.
All right, peace out.
All right, peace. All right. Be right back. All right, we are hopping in. Let's go. It's funny how it mirrors the image. You mentioned that there was a caching solution. He said that he put a temporary fix in place, so it should work now. All right, guys. So just to kind of lay the foundation here. So we are about to talk with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Hans, CEO at Avocado Health, previously successful entrepreneur, successfully building Avocado Health right now. He's using MyWorker, and the purpose of this call, we're going to go through a number of things. I actually would love to just give him the chance to chat about what he's building, chat about Avocado Health, about what his mission and vision and what he's looking to do actually is. And then outside of that, we'll do some MyWorker stuff and take it from there. I am going to sounds good, man. Thank you so much for letting me know. I let the client know. And if there's anything else that we need to do, I'll be ready to go. All right. Hey, what's up, man? Let's book a call through this link when you get the chance. Looking forward to catching up.
Hey, Will.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's up, man? Looks like my camera. I was just on a Zoom call. My camera's acting up.
All good. Real quick before we dive in, I am on stream. So if you want, what I normally do if someone doesn't want to be on stream for a meeting, I can just mute the call.
No, I do. I do. I don't want to be on stream, be on live. Let me just log back in. All right.
Sounds great. Yeah, we could also get some clips maybe if you're ready to if there's any news you want to share to get clipped up.
Yeah, I didn't know this is a haircut, but let's clip away.
Let's clip away, baby.
All right, we'll see you. One second.
All right, see you. All right, guys. Hans brightens my day. I'll say it. You know, he's a good guy. Actually, not a good guy. He's a great guy. And he will brighten your day as well. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. That also brightens my day. And as we're waiting for Hans, yeah, I'll give you guys, I know I was giving some quick context before. We're jumping all over the place, responding to messages, hitting my team back up. A lot going on. That said, yeah, Hans is the CEO of Avocado Health, working on some awesome stuff. There's a lot of things that we're going to run through. We have an hour booked on the calendar. We'll see how long we actually use. On a side note, as we're waiting for him, I was responding to some team members. We're responding to Zap Mail, making sure that we're scalable with the infrastructure. A lot of activity happening at the moment. So, you know, actually, as we wait on him, I might just respond to another message. send some voice notes real quick. Hey, Andre, how's it going? I wanted to give you the quick update that in Slack, I just added you to a group called MyWorker Zapmail. I added you, Andre, and Alexander, and I sent over an email basically explaining the situation that happened with an integration we have with Zapmail, where they made an update, and there's a number of things that sometimes we'll do when we're making these updates. So I put the engineering teams directly in touch, and then that should make it a lot easier in the future to just make sure there's no downtime and keep things moving very smoothly. So just wanted to give the context there for that addition in Slack. All right. What's up, Hans? Looking sharp, bro. Damn. Look at you.
Yeah, I can't be slouching when I come on your podcast. Come on,
I can't be slouching, man. I love it.
Yeah, I gotta change out the pajamas sometime.
Dude, awesome, man. Yeah, well, I'm pumped to catch up. I feel like it's been so long since we've.
It is, man. Like I've been like, I've been jonesing for the Tuesday Thursdays where I get to see Will I Am and.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. And congrats on the you guys just won that pitch competition, right?
Yeah.
With I forget what it's called. Was it just called the Pegasus Angel?
Pegasus Lightning Rounds Angel Pitch Competition, yeah.
Dude, so yeah, let's go.
A couple Howards on there. One was the head of Inception program, started a program at Nvidia, which was pretty awesome. And then another Howard from Morpheus Ventures. He was really cool, and then our man Lucas and Thaisa as well. So,
dude, that's amazing, man. I'm super happy for you. I mean, well earned, of course, well earned.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very surprised, but lots of really other great startups there.
Yeah. I was in the audience. I was watching. Yeah.
I mean, if MyWorker AI was there, then I would have no chance at all. So dude, thanks for bowing out. Thanks for just standing stage left.
Dude, you probably still would have taken the win, man. I love what you're up to. Actually, so Joaquin, when you're watching this, editing it, let's definitely do our best to try and get some clips from this call that Hans can potentially use for his company too. So just like how we've made some clips for like we're putting out on our social channels. Yeah, let's get some for Hans and Avocado Health.
Yeah, without a doubt. Is that how you get 100 posts a day? Is this how you do it?
Yeah, so I'll tell you a little bit about the infrastructure. It took a while to get in place because I had to get the streaming, figure out all the tech and everything. But now with the live stream, we've got like a little machine where we have a lot of like content a day, and then they'll clip it up, post like 4 like TikTok style shorts a day, and then 1 YouTube video a day, and those will all go out on the channels. So,
dude, I gotta get hooked up to that machine. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's awesome. And every week we like go into YouTube Studio, look at the stats, figure out how we can improve the content, the retention, all of that. And Joaquin, you're a beast. What I love is Joaquin is such a good he's like so improvement oriented, like we'll see things, we'll look at the data, and it's like, okay, we'll improve it. But yeah, man. You've seen some of the clips though, right? Like
I have. I mean, I see your LinkedIn. That's the main avenue that I see your stuff, but not on TikTok. So.
Okay. Yeah, the LinkedIn, we just started posting on LinkedIn. I think we've done like 3 video clips, but we're going to start doing 1 a day, and then I think LinkedIn's going to grow pretty quick. So today I had a call with Insight Partners. They are a Series A firm, but yeah, it was really interesting because I was like, how did MyWorker come up on your radar? They lead seed rounds, do like $15 million checks, like later stage. He's like, oh, I've been seeing your posts. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I guess this is working. You're posting a lot too, though.
You got the flywheel going. Joaquin, if you have a clone, I mean, I'll take your AI clone. If you...
Yeah.
I don't know. Is Joaquin a real person, or are we talking about it?
This is real life. This is real life. Yeah.
Okay. You can't duplicate, a phenom, I guess, that Joaquin is. So
yeah, the rising star. Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, like the idea is that, you know, we've got the existing machine, but um, like the numbers are starting to look really good, and then there's just a lot of things that we're going to be testing out too. But I want one thing we're also doing. I did a podcast. It was our second episode yesterday where I just had him come on stream with Riverside. If we actually want to do like a podcast, maybe just so your videos higher quality when we do this. Do you want me to just start a studio room and send you the link so the videos higher quality? I mean, it'll take me 2 seconds to do, but what it does. Have you ever heard of Riverside?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like we're thinking about starting a podcast for Avocado Health and really talking to a lot of different, you know, parenting experts, child development experts, etc.
Yeah.
And so being able to get that flywheel going, I'm curious to learn from you. So yeah, let's do and Riverside. Obviously, I know, you know, that's the standard. So.
All right, sweet. I just created a studio room, so I'm gonna drop off here. Just join that link, and then yeah, we'll be in there.
Okay, we'll see you there.
Sweet.
Okay.
All right, this is better too, because now I can kind of just like, I was looking too tiny over there. Oh wait, I gotta leave that up kind of. I'll just move this off screen for the time being. All right, let's go. That's what we're talking about.
Let's go. That's fun.
Well, impromptu pod.
One of my friends who's a startup founder, that's his favorite term. Let's go.
Yeah. Dude, I didn't realize we'd be doing a pod, but you know, we might as well. We already primed Joaquin to get some clips here.
Hey, we're moving fast and breaking things.
Yeah. Dude, it's actually been so fun. And you know, I know we're technically live, but like the podcast recording here, like he can edit it after. Let me just do this. But yeah, what I like about Riverside is like I'll even take some calls here in general, especially if I know I want to get something clipped up, because it records the video locally. So your camera quality is just going to be better, like for the editors. So I can just add them to the Riverside studio, and then.
Yeah, and I know that like on the surface, everything looks a little bit more glitchy, but everything's like going through the data stream, the internet, data stream quality.
Yeah, exactly. Because like right afterwards, it'll save the file locally, but then that gets uploaded into the studio room.
These podcasts as well? You publish all these on YouTube? Do you publish all of these on YouTube or just clips?
So we literally just started doing the podcast. So we published one episode. I did another one yesterday with a VC, like emerging VC, one of the founders, or maybe he is the founder there. And then I'm just going to start doing more, honestly. I'm getting intros from like, have you heard of Bordy?
No.
It's like an AI introducer. And so I'm like, find me angels for my podcast. And it's just introducing me to angels online. And then I'm running MyWorker to try and get people to come on. And then I'm just going to bring them on.
Boardy?
Yeah. Yeah, I can shoot you over a link.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Because I've been a big Lunch Club user. You know Lunch Club?
No, Lunch Club?
Yeah, so Lunch Club is, I mean, it's literally like a randomized meeting, but based around interests and what you're looking for, essentially. So it started in SF, but it was supposed to be in-person meetings, but now it's a whole virtual kind of thing. So every single Wednesday, I used to get basically a brand new person at 2:00, and here's our.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's actually really interesting.
And like meet a new stranger, but they tend to be like you can find like the common threads in the conversation itself. It's just 45 minutes, and you're meeting someone new, expanding that circle, if you will. Right?
That's actually very cool. I might have to try that. That might be intimidating. They hop on. I'm like, we're live. No,
Yeah.
like they're like, oh shit, I didn't realize. But I
well,
do
it's
like
not
the
a live
concept.
it's not a live podcast. It's obviously just a Zoom call, whatever.
Yeah.
So,
How long have you been using it?
Lunch Club, yeah, I was at like 2 years, maybe 3 years.
Nice. Nice. Very cool.
Yeah, let me pop it over to you.
Yeah. Dude, later today, so right after we finish up here, I'm driving out to Burbank. I'm grabbing Korean barbecue with uh, my cameraman, and we're gonna test live streaming to Korean barbecue. But I want to live stream Tech Week, so that's kind of my goal is
Oh, what is
testing the
that?
tech today. There's SF Tech Week, and then there's LA Tech Week. So SF is right before. I think the dates are like October 6th through 12th, and then LA is right after the 13th, or October 6th through 12th, and then LA's October 12th or 13th through 19th.
Okay. There's something I was supposed to be in LA for on the 14th, so maybe I'll check those out. So I think actually, and I think San Diego's the very next week after that, if I'm not mistaken. San Diego's startup week. So.
Oh, okay. Well, one of my friends, she told me that there's a conference happening in San Diego, I think on the 15th.
Okay.
I'll have to send that to you. So, I mean, that's another,
Yeah.
I mean, if it wasn't during Tech Week, I'd be probably looking to go to that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so it sounds like you're talking to a lot of angels now. Is that right?
Yeah, well, the big thing is like how to juggle the multiple things at once and multiply the time. And I realized that I had a couple of different directions. And so each one, there's like a trade-off, right? So like if I double down on like, investor outreach, then like I only have so much time for the others. And I realized that if I just got the setup that we just finished and got running now from the content side, then every one of the other ones kind of multiplies. It increases the odds of investor capital, it increases our ability to raise sales, all of these things. So I focused on building that kind of first. And now that that's ready,
Creating the content engine across those 3 platforms.
yeah, yeah. So like, for example, right now we're going and we're doing like recruiting for the CTO. So like even in that recruiting role, I can like get a bunch of content just taking these calls with potential CTOs. And like I tell them ahead of time, I'm like, hey, we're live streaming. But then that one conversation that would have just been like, a normal conversation and no content now can also have content,
Yeah. Okay.
across everything. It's like very unconventional, but that's kind of the, I guess, route we chose to go.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all about, kind of scaling the content and trying to do, just one hour block of content and creating, I don't know, 15, 20 posts from that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, dude, let's get you some right here. I'd love to have you just kind of give, I mean, I obviously know like what you're working on, everything you do, but like the rundown of Avocado Health. Like, how did you, I guess, come to, wanting to work on the idea, and I guess where are things at with the company?
Yeah, so first and foremost, Avocado Health, we're a parent empowerment platform helping parents answer and address every single question, concern, and challenge across the parenthood journey, whether that's family planning, in utero, 3 years old, or 13. We know challenges for parents are many and questions are plentiful, and it takes a village to raise a child. But for us, that village oftentimes isn't there. And so I'm a father of 5, and I know firsthand that parents go down that rabbit hole of asking Google, ChatGPT now, Instagram influencers or Reddit boards, all because it's accessible right there on their phone. Ideally, they'd love to talk to their pediatrician, but many times that pediatrician is not available. It takes days, if not weeks, to get in front of them. And so what we're trying to do is bridge clinical, validated, expert vetted information and accessibility in one, and really bringing that to parents, right place, right time, whether it's 2 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon, but more importantly, in the right format, which is the most accessible form of communication on the planet, which is text messaging. We can talk about the capabilities there, but it doesn't even require internet access. More importantly, we follow up with the resources, the support, and now a human level service where we can answer 98% of questions via text. But for that 2%, which many times can be very important, right? We're following up with either a clinical advocate or child life specialist. And so that's, in a nutshell, what Avocado Health is. I can tell you a lot more about that, but I'll pause there and see if you have any questions, and I'll tell you about the story behind it.
Yeah, man. I know, and so we both went through the accelerator with Pegasus, which absolutely awesome program. If you're a founder thinking about applying, definitely apply to Pegasus Angel Accelerator, and it's like unbelievable crash course. Like I didn't like school, but that's the type of content where it's just like that you're getting a lot and it's going to help you build a startup. So we both went through that. I've heard your I guess the backstory and how you came to working on and starting Avocado Health, which definitely, if you're comfortable sharing it, would love to dive into. But I just to kind of reiterate what you just mentioned at a high level, what you guys are doing. I mean, I think that just speaking like with tech as a whole, AI unlocks so many different things, and you found a way to really take care of an important like use case or problem. Like I saw this in Bitcoin, blockchain. People would try and toss like blockchain on many use cases where it's like, okay, this is not. We don't need this, like you're just trying to duct tape blockchain on and like maybe raise money, whatever it might be. But then the companies that actually do and make a difference, do really big things, important things, I believe are companies like yours and others that can leverage the new technology and think, okay, there's a problem here, and without this company or without this technology, that there hasn't been a solution yet. But now we can build one. And so I think that if you would be open to it, I'd love for you to share a little bit about, why it's such a personal mission to you.
Yeah, would love to dive into the story, but just to even like piggyback on your point there, in terms of, being in the field for the last 5 years in pediatric space, understanding the bottlenecks that we have a limited number of clinical workers, right? People who work in healthcare is just anyone knows that it's very hard to get appointments. It doesn't have to be pediatric space, but every single person. And we also know what the capabilities of AI are. And if it does two things really well, it gathers information, an incredible amount of speed, and access is a really big thing. And then it also is able to distill that and help us humans become more productive in whatever we do, whether it's using ChatGPT to write documents or emails. I don't have to tell you that, William, but it is incredibly a productivity enhancing tool. And for many jobs across the world, especially high skilled labor that have routine and repetitive tasks, a lot of times we see lawyers or software engineers or even consultants and marketing agents. A lot of times their jobs are on the line. If they're not using AI, they might be displaced by AI, right? But if you ask any parent what's their number one job, most parents would say that their number one job is being a parent, and that consists of helping their child be healthy, happy, and safe, right? And so for us, what is AI doing to the number one job, in my opinion, out there? Obviously, we're not giving our babies to robots anytime soon. It's not going to be displaced. And parenting is anything but routine, right? We have routines, but it's not a routine type of task. And so for us, it's really about empowerment and augmenting what parents actually know. We also know that parents aren't given a user manual. There's no instruction, no handbook, right? But there's a lot of really good information out there. And so how do you distill that into a point where we're not giving them a book, but we're giving them the bite-sized information when they need it in the moment? And when I say in the moment, that means within seconds, not days or weeks, right? So
not to cut in, but we're kind of at different stages. Like you've been through and like have a family and have been through that process of going in. And I haven't personally experienced that yet. I don't have a family, but I'm sure that many first-time parents are likely in a spot where you're like, oh shit, like you mentioned, there's no user manual, and then when things happen or come up or it's amazing if there's a way to leverage all that technology out there and into the actual things that you need in those moments, even just for not just peace of mind, but especially emergencies. I mean, it's amazing what you're building. And I think it is something that, like, you look at some companies and you're like, okay, does this company really need to exist? But like what you guys are building at Avocado Health, it definitely is something that is useful. And clearly, I think anyone who like learns about and sees what the product is and can do is going to look at, hey, this is a net benefit, clearly, you know?
Yeah, and certainly it's all about augmenting, right? But for us, so we're a whole team of different pediatric experts, everything from pediatricians to parent coaches and therapists in the room. But we've all been kind of impacted by not having the right information at the right time. And for me personally, it's a very personal mission because, as I said, I'm a father of 5, and our avocado story really starts with my third child. Her name is Aviva. Aviva was born full term, fully healthy in January of 2020, right before COVID. And we were overjoyed. We were ecstatic, when we found out we were having another kid and when she came out. But on the second week of her life, she ended up waking up from a nap, and she was cold to the touch, and she wasn't breastfeeding really well. And we took her immediately to the hospital where she had a 95-degree temperature, just very cold. But she was also bradycardic, which basically means a slow heart rate. Her heart rate at that time was 60 beats a minute. By reference, it should be about 150 beats at that time. And so certainly we were completely paralyzed and very shocked and worried about that. And she was in the hospital for 7 days. The doctors did hundreds of different diagnostic tests and workup, everything that you can imagine. And she was on no medication, nothing more than a saline drip. But within a couple days, even, she was able to recover, fully healthy, and she was released from the hospital with no known diagnosis. And so, obviously, we thought we were overjoyed, but we thought maybe this was just a one-time thing and one-time shock. 3 months later, that wasn't the case, and she had another episode where she was again, lethargic and bradycardic, and we saw a whole new team of doctors at a children's pediatric specialty hospital. Every single ologist you can imagine, cardiologist, neurologist, you name it. She had tons of different tests, but they couldn't really make heads or tails. So the doctors were scratching their heads, uncertain of that information and uncertain of her diagnosis. Fast forward to 10 months old, and she had been in and out of the hospital at that point in time 3 more times. And in that process, we even moved from Oakland, California down to San Diego because we thought maybe there was something in the environment in the house after her 4th visit. And so, but when we had our 5th visit here in San Diego, brand new team of doctors, new team of specialists, all of them were perplexed because it was the first time they were ever seeing her. But moreover, they couldn't even get her information from the previous 2 hospitals that she was at because of the interoperability issues that we know plays a very large role in EHRs. We're talking about Epic, Cerner, and a lot of others where they're not able to even read the data and really get the data that they need. And so they're relying on me and the 20 pages of notes that I took about Aviva to even have any baseline and any understanding of what was going on. And so that's, when I knew, and I've always known that parents have to be the best advocate for their child, but that's where, doctors were thanking me just to even have any insight so they weren't flying blind. She was released again with no known diagnosis, and then 10 days later, she had her 6th episode. This time it was preceded by vomiting. She was throwing up incessantly, and we thought maybe this is just the run-of-the-mill flu because she never had that symptom before, and we had flu going on in the house. The doctors noticed that she had a little bit higher levels of potassium in her blood. Potassium, if you don't know, is what's in the syringe in the death penalty because it can stop everything within your body. Your organs will basically cease to function. And so they gave her some medication to reverse that. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect, and it increased it significantly. Her heart rate went to 0. Her brain stopped. Her organs started shutting down. and they put her on life support, and they gave her CPR. They told us, what the situation was and the circumstances, and that the doctors were doing everything they can. We waited for 24 hours for a miracle to occur, but unfortunately that miracle never came for us, and we lost our daughter Aviva in November 2020. Toughest thing that a parent can ever go through, or a human really for that matter, can ever go through, losing a child. And to this day, obviously the hardest thing that we ever had to experience. But they gave us a number of hours afterwards just to be with her. And William, held my daughter in my hands, and I told her, Aviva, Daddy doesn't know what happened, but I'm going to do everything I can to make sure no other parent has to feel that way and has to be in that situation, right? And while I can't prevent everything, what really that started as a promise to my daughter has now evolved really to making sure that we're supporting parents, when they need it most. And that really starts with answering their questions, period. Whether it's small questions like, how do I get my kids to eat vegetables? Or big questions like, does my child have autism, and what can I do about it, right? No question is too big or small for Avocado. And really getting the parents the answers they deserve is at the core of everything that we're doing for parents worldwide. So.
Yeah. Every time, at first, I can't even begin to imagine how difficult and what that situation felt like. But what I can at least witness, explain, and see is that, man, you're out here fighting and doing everything you can to really, accomplish that mission and make it so no one else has to go through, that type of that uncertainty that you felt in that moment. So just extreme gratitude for you, being willing to share this story. I mean, I'm sure every single time, like you tell it, it's not easy, it's difficult, and just being able to go and pursue that and be able to try and bring Avocado Health to the world and to parents around the world, that it's very, very admirable, man. So it's amazing to see. And as you know, all of us at Pegasus are rooting for you, and you're just executing at a high level, which is amazing to see.
Thanks. I mean, it's, obviously in the startup space, and you and we're both, serial entrepreneurs. We know that it's not easy, and you're wearing tons of different hats, and you're in the battlefield, and we're in the trenches, right, in the arena, proverbial arena, right, at all times. But we know that, you're going to get your knocks, and you're going to be, denied and rejected, more times than not. But at the end of the day, it all comes back to, what is your why, and what is your underlying, reason for being, and reason for trying to bring this idea, really, it's ironic, but it is a baby, right? Bringing this baby into the world. Actually, now that I think about it, this particular baby is about 10 months old, which is about the same age as Aviva. That was a coincidence.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I can definitely see why, and now everyone can see why. I already knew because I was there, but why you won the pitch competition. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, as an investor, I mean, how it does come down to that why, and it's like you've got the strongest why that anyone could potentially even begin to imagine. So it's like, yeah, the ingredients to be able to make it, and bringing everything together, and what's brought you to start the company. I just think that if anyone's ever going to build a company, or you're going to have a rallying cry to make something happen, you're not really going to get a bigger one than Avocado Health.
Yeah, and it's funny because I was just as you were saying that, I was thinking about the Simon Sinek, that TED Talk about lead with your why, or start with your why. And the amazing thing with Avocado, like the mission is so big and the why is so visceral that it's actually really easy to it's almost magnetic to really attract the right team around us, and whether that's advisors, whether that's content producers, whether that's engineers, building the team is such a crucial function of a startup in and of itself. And to all the other founders out there, like start with that why and really connect with how your why is really at the center of the company, but their why as well, right? And so especially if they're a parent, especially if they've been not in this situation, but hopefully a different situation where they know that from firsthand experience the problem that you're trying to address, then that's just icing on the cake. Like if they're the right fit, if they're the right person, and so I would say, like, because of that, building the team has actually been easier than most other startups I've been a part of. So
yeah, I mean, you've been in the startup world for a while now, right? How many years has it been?
Yeah, well, if you don't count the business selling physical goods out of my dormitory in college.
I mean, I would count that a little bit. I mean, I guess we could segment it into like, I do the exact same thing, actually.
Yeah.
I'm like, I feel like I need to say, like, I've been
Were
a
you
tech
selling stuff
founder.
out of your dorm? Yeah.
Well, so ever since I was a little kid, I was doing like, I did so many different like projects, hustles. When I was in college, I had already started moving into tech, like my first tech company. But when I was younger, I mean, I did so many different businesses. So I mean, I kind of like grouped that all into like one time period, and then like, oh, my tech entrepreneur side.
Yeah,
That's how I
the
kind of
non-tech,
segmented.
the tech side. Yeah, that makes sense. And
Yeah.
yeah, I always knew I wanted, obviously to go this route. Obviously, it's a matter of building the skills, networks, and trying to figure out how, right? But it's like a big puzzle, right? It's like a Rubik's cube. I love Rubik's cubes, but you're trying to figure out what how to fit the pieces of the puzzle together. And product market fit's one thing, which is almost the thing, but we know that like team market fit or team problem fit is a really big one, right? Founder market fit we talk about, but there's a lot of different pieces. You kind of have to figure it out. So
yeah, it's fun. And I mean, I think that it's crazy because I'm not sure, was Pegasus your first accelerator, or had you been through one before?
It's not the first. So I was part of the Tampa Bay Wave Accelerator when I was head of product for a previous company I was with. And we also did something called GrowthX, which is a revenue accelerator, which was all about, defining your ICP, your messaging, your UVP, and all that.
Yeah.
And your sales motion in a sense. So I've been and then actually my very first accelerator was Founders Institute, if you know that one.
That sounds so familiar. Yeah, I know like almost nothing about it other than like, I feel like I get emails from them or something.
Yeah,
like, I know the name.
They've got a great marketing engine that's led by Adair Ressi, who's like good friends with Elon Musk. But he and they're global. They have every single city almost covered. But 2011, I was starting something called Taxi Buddy, which was based on the frustration of having to pay like $70 for a taxi ride from JFK Airport in New York down to Manhattan, right? And you get out of the airport, you get your bags, and you're in this long line, which would take like 20 minutes itself to get in this taxi, pre-Uber, which is maybe dating myself, pre-Uber, and so and then everybody literally is going in the same direction, within a matter of blocks. Like it could be East Village or Upper East Side or Greenwich Village or wherever it is, and I'm like, this is inane. Like we should all just join up and share a taxi and just have two stops rather than everyone paying $70. And that was when I was 25 and not making much. And so yeah,
so you had the Uber idea uber early.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like,
yeah, like
it was literally that.
You saw it.
And obviously, you think about like the network effect and things like that. It was basically put the cart before the horse, because eventually Uber did have shared rides, but you had to figure out, you had a limited window of like 10 minutes for someone to download the app, to know about Taxi Buddy, the awareness side, and then for a taxi driver to come, right, and have the app itself, and then find someone else that's going the same direction. So you think about how difficult that matching problem is, supply demand kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it always and everywhere, you know, it was much easier to start with just the one passenger, one taxi driver, one direction, and then they eventually build into the carpool route, right? So
yeah, dude, that's amazing. So you actually like really like thought through this and like pursued it. Like
I attempted it. It was I would say it was more half-hearted, right?
Yeah.
It was more like, this is a good idea. Let me go through this whole accelerated program. Let me see if it's actually a good one. Obviously, there was no product market fit, but let me see how I can like build a tech company behind it. So I only got to the point of like having a simple prototype. It wasn't even, we didn't even have one pilot.
So well, at the time, it was also way harder to build. Like,
but funny, like long story short is a lot of the skills I learned, like all the modules that we did in that 2012 or 11, I basically applied to the next company I started, which is called Econocast, which eventually that was acquired, and so everything kind of went full circle. Right? So
yeah, that's awesome, man.
It's a full loss. But,
well, you definitely make very good use of the sessions we have with like the partners. Like you're really good at like asking good questions and staying on top of it, and like I like it because I'm kind of like I was in the course with you or on the calls, and then I'm like, all right, Hans has got some good questions coming.
I was
it's like a whole additional module. Like we got like the normal ones, and then I mean you didn't ask that many questions, but like you asked like good pointed like additive questions.
Yeah, I mean they might have been redundant questions, but like I was kind of perplexed why no one else asked questions, because that's for me that's the quickest way to learn is just asking questions. I'm a questionaholic by nature, which means I have affinity for questions. I like receiving them too, like from like interns or anyone that's working with us. If you're not asking questions, then you're not learning. Like, like sometimes they're out there on the island. I'm like, yo, like I'm here on Slack. Like, ask me something.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know why. Like I've always I guess everyone is to a certain extent, but I've always been like, I'm just gonna like do this, which like maybe you've seen, but like I'm always like let's just do it and then like figure it out as we're doing it, and then I learn by like fucking up, or maybe not messing up, but as I'm doing it, I'm like, all right, I piece it together kind of. For me, it's always been very hard to fully understand it just by like talking through things, like more so than I think like other people, like in both regards, like learn more during the doing and like retain less during the talking.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
But I think a lot of people are the other way, where it's like they can kind of just like hear something and then like it's like kind of like they've done it, to a certain extent.
It's trying to find the shortcuts, right? Obviously. Time is probably the most critical element, right? I don't know if that's about you, but like, I'm just trying to search for more hours in the day, right?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, dude, we got to rip more pods, like more podcasts, man. Like honestly.
Man, honestly, like when we start Avocado, we're gonna interview you.
I'm down.
The audience is probably child development experts, but there's always a special session for you.
Yeah, dude, it'll be fun. I mean, we got Riverside, so if you want me to create the studio, or I mean, you guys are gonna have a studio if you're doing the podcast.
Let me ask you, like, how long does it take from research to recording to outreach to editing to publishing? Like, what's your
full life cycle?
Your total team's hours that you spend per podcast.
I mean, we turn it around the next day. So like we have a bit of a backlog because my schedule, it's like I might not be able to record every day. And if so I think we're like 3 days behind on stream, something like that. But if there's something,
recording a podcast every day
I'm streaming for like 5 hours or something. Yeah. So, dude, in the first
is streaming like sometimes with just yourself?
Yeah. No, most of the time I'm by myself on stream. Yeah.
And it's just you working?
It's just me working. Yeah.
Okay.
So I will literally be like, Dude, this is how I do it. I'll give you the playbook right now. Like, this is exactly what I do. I need 30 minutes before I go live. In that 30-minute time frame, I use ChatGPT to come up with the entire list of every single like trending piece of news. And like, I also chat with it like a producer. So I'm like, I want to work on this stuff today. Could you put together like work block segments that I can do on stream? And so like I do the news, I do like my work blocks, like I get all the hooks for all of those segments generated by GPT. And then when I'm in the and then when I'm live, like I just record and like I rarely like stick strictly to the segments, and like something will come up and then I'll call and then I'll do whatever. But then like throughout the day, and then the podcasts are just a very small part of it. Like, so I'll just like hop on a call, but instead in the Google calendar, I put a Riverside link instead of a Google Meet. And so then they just join like a meeting like this, but it's on Riverside. And then like right after I finish recording, I take the raw files like from Streamlabs, and then I have a separate cam raw recording just my face, which like before I was doing the video was a little blurry, so that's why I like set that up. And then I upload all those into like a G drive that I like title like day 43, day 44, like each day. And then like that's my workflow. And then the team takes it in post. They'll go and like do everything like with the they'll make the edits, they'll make the posts. I created a couple GPT chats, so like they can just talk about what the post or video is about, and then it'll create the descriptions for socials, including my LinkedIn. Like my LinkedIn videos the past couple of days, I didn't write those posts. Like that was written by the bot that I made in chat, and then they just put it in, and then and then like they take care of all the post production, everything, post the 4 clips and the YouTube video every day. And then they go on to like Twitch and some of these others and like clip it like from the videos, because you can't post shorts on those. So it's like, they'll have to go in and like manually like clip it.
And then, okay. So this is obviously lead gen. So top of the funnel awareness. And then from there, do you have people going to your website directly or to a link tree, or like where do you go from there?
Yeah, honestly, right now the way that it's set up is so here's the playbook I'm thinking about it, and it's getting better every week. Like we're refining processes literally every single week. So like next week it's going to be a little bit more organized. The week after it'll be a bit more. But the way that the funnel's working is I'm not sure if I've mentioned this to you before, but it's the thought process of like, you can't ride 2 horses with one ass. So you really just got to like focus on like, what's the horse we're going to ride here?
I love that. I love that one.
And it rings so true. And so taking that concept here, I told them like, look, at the end of the day, just knowing how the platforms work, the platforms like YouTube or any of these others, they're trying to retain people on the platform, like keep people on. And they judge you in the algorithm based on your like ability to keep people on the platform and engage. So like they have their own algorithms, but like the big one is like watch time, like retention, click-through rate, like those things. So I said, look, let's just put stuff out and get like where our baseline of these metrics are, and compare it like to the best performing channel. So I basically took and figured out the best performing YouTube channels, and some of those, like what's their click-through rate, what's their watch time, what's their view duration, how many people are still watching at the 30-minute mark, because these are the things that YouTube cares about. And how do we nail those, and what do we need to do with the content to nail those? Because if you can nail that, then you start getting promoted more, and then it's like everything falls into place.
Yeah, you back out to what's important for them.
Yeah, exactly. And so our metrics, like our click-through rate has over tripled like since we've started doing this. Our view duration, like we used to lose most of our viewers within the first like 7 seconds. Now we're like on some videos we're like elite level, like that some of the biggest channels are. And so those videos that we nailed it, like some of them are almost at like 1,000 views.
The very initial image, right? Are people even clicking on it with?
Yeah, so there's 2 ingredients that like, it's almost like 2 beasts that it's like they're both separate games, but you gotta you got to nail both, because you can make the best video in the world, and if no one clicks on it, then like that video is going to like do awful.
Yeah.
And you could have the best video in the
like
entire
subject line and the content of an email, right?
Yeah.
You need to have the awesome subject line, right? You have to,
and you could also have the best video in the entire world, but if people are clicking out of that video within the first 30 seconds, then your video is also going to tank. And so these are all separate things. Like you got to nail that first 30 seconds, the hook and the storytelling for the video. And you also have to nail that title and thumbnail that get people into your video. And so just like any type of funnel, like to nail the content side, you got to nail those funnels. And at the end of the day, like we have our own type of content, and there's certain benchmarks in YouTube that we have to hit. And so I optimize everything around, okay, how do we hit those benchmarks with the type of content we're producing for our ideal audience member? And like, why are people tuning in? It's almost like ICP targeting, but how are we going to do that from a content?
personas, right?
Yeah. And so, I mean, we're still early in that like product or audience market fit, so to say, but our metrics are getting a lot better, and we're just throwing spaghetti at the wall and measuring. So that's kind of how, I forgot how I got on this exact tangent, but that's kind of how I've structured
No, I mean,
everything.
we're talking about like making the podcast and making that just blossom. Like there's so many like different avenues. I mean, you can turn the podcast into, I'm sure, into a blog post, right?
Yeah. So that's actually coming down the pipeline. So the iteration, like this is starting to get better. Now I'm trying to figure out how we can leverage all this content to rank better in AI, SEO, and search. And so how do
like
we?
ChatGPT.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I think that's how we win big. Is you want to start getting recommended by these AI search engines. I think that traditional SEO, it's still not like the majority of the market, but as the population gets used to using ChatGPT, and eventually these AI agentic search browsers get way better. And like even with Perplexity Comment now, I pay for the Max subscription, but like you can literally say like, I want this, and it'll go fill out the cart, find everything, and fill out your cart for you. And like it makes the shopping experience crazy easy. And once these technologies are widely distributed, they're going to be better than they are today, and they already work and like widely known, then traditional SEO at that point is dead. And what wins is, okay, how are you getting recommended to those search engines? And how do those search engines find and recommend people? And so that's the other reason why I'm thinking I got to go big on the content side, because if every single time someone's searching something related to this, if we're the one that always gets recommended, and you've got this much of the population searching and shopping with it now, but then it's going to be 99%, then if you start now, you're going to have a huge advantage and you're going to eat up market share.
Yeah, what's it called? AI engine optimization.
Yeah, it's got all these like different like AI, EO, like GEO. I don't even know. I'm just like, I just want AI to talk about my shit. That's all I want.
Yeah.
Like, how do I get AI doing that?
Just keep talking about it. I know we're coming up on time, but I wanted just real quick. We can stop recording. I don't know if you want, but I wanted to ask you on the MyWorker AI. So I just went into it today.
Yeah.
Because we got our campaigns going. Should I share it with you?
Yeah, for sure. Let's toss it up on the.
So honestly, I took my eye off the ball here, and MyWorker was diligently working in the background.
Okay, so you got some responses.
Yeah, so it looks like this parent advocacy org actually is doing decent-ish. I don't know what decent is. I guess we're getting a baseline, right?
Yeah.
How do I look at this?
So you click on the inbox on the left-hand side.
Okay.
Yeah. And then that'll pop up. And it looks like these other campaigns are paused. So they created a handful of emails and then...
Oh man, I think this is I think this is still set on India, judging by these names.
Oh my gosh, I didn't go into the account and update it. I completely spaced on that.
Okay, should we do it real quick?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see here.
Oh, whoops, sorry. This is the inbox. Yeah,
it's still on India.
Looks like it's only like 3 messages. But
another thing that I'll do as well too, because I kind of dropped the ball on that, and I wasn't able to maximize your outreach. I'll cover the cost on my end to buy you a couple more domains and allow us to do, like, I'll pay for more domains, leads, stuff like that, just to, because I dropped the ball there on not getting those other ones set up and this fixed earlier. So I'm actually going to message my team right now to get you more inboxes.
All right. Should I go to lead personas?
Yes. So the one, which lead persona were we going after in that campaign?
We need a change for both, but it's executive director for parent advocacy orgs.
Yeah.
So we have
solutions and objections.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I see. Okay. So here's what we can do. Let's click, let's go down and click save at the bottom, and then we can just duplicate that campaign. So if you go to home and then click on the campaign that you want to launch or duplicate, we would go.
Yeah.
And then click the pencil, and it'll bring you in there. And then you could just call it like, whatever, B2 or new or, yeah. And next. And you can put a Calendly link in there if you want, but you don't have to. Yeah. Or like any meeting link.
Yeah, yeah, I'll just go ahead and do that.
I will message the team right now, get you some more domains.
Okay, looks like persona, I don't think there's anything to change here.
Right. Yeah, we can keep that.
Search. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, next. Let's see, next. Okay, search. I think this is.
Yeah, so right now it's smart lead search. So this is basically using like AI agentic search for like looking at your persona. I think that here, if we want to not take off AI lead search, we would just uncheck that top box and then click generate AI filters. And then, oh wait, actually it already.
Yeah, it looks like it had United States.
Yeah, we just had smart lead search on, so we didn't, yeah. Actually, like, click home and just don't save it, because I think that it had, unless these filters look good to you, it's your call.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably put in more.
So that keyword filtering is gonna make it so it cuts out. Yeah.
It cut out a lot. Okay.
Yeah, but that's actually fine if it'll make it more targeted. So yeah, just type all the keywords that you think might be relevant, and we'll see how many are.
Let me see here.
Yeah.
Okay, so this might, I don't know if 604 is too small.
That's fine. You could actually click on that experience box and then X that out. Like if you, yeah, on the right, and that'll open up 880. Okay. And if there are any other keywords that you think might be useful to include, 880 is actually a good number though.
Okay. Okay. Do not include any leads from Inigo CRMs. Okay.
All right. Yeah, we can launch this campaign. So if you scroll down and click next, and then click that drop down. Okay. Yeah, attach those other two.
Okay.
And then we're gonna have to X out that one with the, because it's already attached to another active campaign.
Okay.
Click next.
Okay, so I got two.
Yeah, and then we can hit them with, just remove the follow-ups. We'll just hit them with one.
Okay, no follow-up?
Yeah, so you can click remove. Perfect, and then next. And then here, I would put the daily email quota to maybe like 20.
Okay.
And then for start time, I would put like like 1053 or something, just something like.
Okay.
All right, nice. And then
this is in New York. Okay.
And then I'll
heard
click.
that you're not supposed to track opens. I heard that can hurt deliverability. Is that not right?
It can. Right now, we're still in the like the data gathering phase, but it will hurt deliverability. So we could turn it off if you just want. Yeah, we could turn it off. Actually, I think that this will be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take campaign. Okay. Because I separately, I've been doing a lot of cold emails to parents specifically, but so I have a lot of good data.
Oh, nice. Yeah, then perfect. And then active. Yeah. Now we'll get going. Oh, wait.
Oh, it ended. Okay, shit.
Oh, okay. I'll take you off the screen real quick.
Oh, okay. So I should subscribe.
Yeah, I can also add more domains to your account to catch up for the other month if we didn't reach the full amount.
Okay.
Dude, I'm pumped to see these shorts, man.
Yeah. Are these shorts from this?
from the pod today.
Okay.
I think as you were going through it, man, I was like, damn, this is gonna have some good clips.
All right, here we go. That's funny. You start thinking in terms.
It's so weird. Like my brain, just because I'm so focused on it now, like as I'm like listening, I'm like, oh my god, Joaquin's gonna have a field day with this.
That's funny. That's a good way to be thinking, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, also, we could even do like a monthly cadence or something if you just want, like every month. Just there's certain things, updates to the marketing material. I'm actually, there's some other customers that we're working with where I'm just like, hey, we can get you content too. So instead of you need to like line up a shoot and do all this stuff, like,
okay,
it's like another value add, you know?
Yeah, we can do like every other month or something. So,
yeah. Also, I realize I'm running late for another call.
Yeah. All right, so I'll go ahead and activate it to subscribe, and then because it's month to month, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so I'll subscribe to this, and then hopefully get this activated. Get some US accounts.
Yeah, I'll get some US ones, and I'm gonna have them add more emails to your account as well, so we can spruce up the outreach potential for it.
Okay, I definitely want to pay more attention to this over the next 2 months, maybe three, and kind of evaluate at that time. So I know you're coming out
great,
with
man.
a lot. All right.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Well, let's we'll get this rocking and rolling, and I'll send over the clips once the clips are ready.
Yeah, man. We'll see you later.
All right.
Hope to see you in LA.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Brother.
I'll catch you later. I think that I think it just uploaded the recording right away, so I think we're good.
Yeah, looks like it's good.
All right. Peace.
Away.
All right, guys. So we actually, let me get this Nvidia cam up. There we go. All right. So, guys, quick heads up here. Let me just get this. Send this voice message. Say, hey, just to, I guess, provide a little bit more clarity on the last message. We want to add, let's add 4 more domains to this account for Hans. So 4 more. He didn't add them within like requests in MyWorker, but just find similar ones to this domain, Avocado Health. That was the username for his account. Feel free to reach out if there's anything not clear about this message. But yeah, we're going to pick up some more domains from him and just add them to his account. All right. Message. Set my alarm. All right, so yeah, we're gonna wrap up the stream, guys. This was an awesome stream. Covered quite a bit, lots of calls. You guys are seeing us build this live. For those of you guys who is your first time, make sure you subscribe. 17 of you here across the different platforms. It's much appreciated that you guys tune in. Make sure you subscribe. Every single day at 11 a.m., sometimes earlier, we will be 11 a.m. Pacific. We will be building these companies live on stream. Many different types of approaches, many different types of segments. We're going to be talking with many amazing people. And as a quick recap, SAS Mining, we make it easy for you to start mining Bitcoin with renewable energy. And with MyWorker, you guys actually saw a lot of the software today, but we're making it easy for you to connect with the customers that need your products and services. So come join us. It's going to be amazing. You guys are going to have a great time. You're going to learn a lot. Come co-work. Come just listen in while you're, I don't know, you can replay the video when you're sleeping. I don't know. But make sure you stay here. Make sure you subscribe. And